At 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the Westbird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. You're tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Offense to the heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, lollipop blow in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show O's on the radio, the tops where we gonna...
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
What happened? What? There we go. We're live now. We were live, but our faces weren't on the screen. Is that what was going on? Okay. All right. Here we are. Anyway, No video and audio. Okay, there we go. So anyway, good morning, you all. Coming to you live from Canesware here in Davie. We'll be out here for several hours, actually, because we'll be into the 1 o'clock hour, obviously. Hell, we got two guests in the 1 o'clock hour, George Richards and Anthony Chang. So we'll be here several hours having some fun here at Canesware in Davie. So come on by and join us. Sean Stanley by my side. Pretty interesting day today already. SHIB was listed on Robinhood today, and it's up already 20%. And it's gonna start flying SHIB now with it being listed on Robinhood. That is Robinhood has been hurting so badly. I'm shocked that they didn't list SHIB earlier to try to start making some money because they are hurting big time now. But they listed it, and then Cadena. I've been telling you about Cadena, and Cadena shot up to $8.50 this morning. It was at $5.60 yesterday, and then shot up to like $8.50 this morning. And now let's see where it's at. Let me see where Cadena is at right now. It's at it says $8.15. That's where it's at right now. So it is moving overall. I like it. I like it. So there you go. Eventually Cadena will move too. But Bitcoin also is climbing back up over 40,000. So there was a whole bunch of liquidations yesterday. There was nearly 200 million in liquidations on shorts. So that was probably the issue that ended up knocking it down. So that's why you had a little bit of a dip, and then people were able to take advantage. That's what it's all about. Take advantage. Anyway, we got a loaded show for you today. We're out here at Canesware, so come on by, 2611 South University Drive in Davie. If you happen to be close by, we'd love to see you. Come on out. We, of course, got a little NBA basketball tonight to talk about. Got, damn it. Okay, there we go. Cavs and Nets tonight, Clippers and T-Wolves tonight. So got a couple of games going on in the NBA slate. We'll talk to Cameron Wolf at 10:30. We'll talk to Manny Navarro at 11:30. We will talk to Omar Kelly at 12:15. I got a cut from Omar Kelly's podcast that we'll talk about too. The what's that called? What's his podcast called? I Am Athlete. That's it. George Richards will stop by at 1, and Anthony Chang will stop by at 1:30. So loaded program for you today on the show. Hey, do you ever have a never meet your hero story? What never meet your hero story? Oh, that's what it is? That's what that means? Like you met a hero that was an asshole? Is that what you're saying? Traber, is that what you're saying? You're asking me if I ever met somebody that was like I idolized and then the person was a jerk? Is that what that means? Make sure because I don't want to explain something that if I have a story, then I'm telling you the wrong story. Because it says, hey, do you have a never meet your hero story? And that must mean something like that. I only have one of those. If that's the one that you're talking about, I only have one that I remember that I was disappointed. I've told this story before. My buddy and I were at Miami Baseball Stadium, and we're watching the Yankees and the Orioles, okay? And you heard this story too already? Did I? No? Have you heard it? You haven't heard this story? So we got a pennant of each, the Yankees and the Orioles, okay? Mind you, he's a Reds fan and I'm a Phillies fan, okay? But, dude, it's Miami Baseball Stadium. We're kids. This is the 70s, late 70s. And the Yankees are a glorious team, and so are the Orioles in those days, you know. Palmer and Flanagan on one side and Reggie and company on the other, and, you know, Mickey Rivers and you name it, and, you know, Thurman Munson. And it's just a sick Yankee team. You know what I'm saying? For those of you that are old enough, you know what the hell I'm talking about. And you know what I'm talking about with the Orioles, too, which was a hell of a team, too. So, my buddy and I are getting our pennants signed. We have every player. Okay? I know it's spring training and there's a ton of players, but we have all the names is what we mean. Okay? We got them all for the Orioles. We got them all for the Yankees except one. Mr. October. That's Reggie Jackson, for those of you that are too young and don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So Reggie Jackson, we're standing there, and we're standing literally next to the dugout. Yogi Berra is sitting in the bench. And we're waiting for because we're there for batting practice, you know, early. And we're waiting for Reggie to come to take a little BP. And we hear in the distance, in the hallway, deep in the dugout, we hear somebody, you know, screaming loud and in Spanish. Right? So me and my buddy, we're both Cubans, right? So we're listening to this, right? So we're thinking it's like, you know, some maintenance guy or, you know, something, you know what I'm saying? Or and boom, out the door comes Reggie Jackson. So first of all, I'm freaking out going, damn, he speaks Spanish. And so I'm born in 66, so I'm like maybe 11 years old, 10 and 11. So it's just like 77 or something like that. And, you know, kids have no tact. So normally if you see somebody pissed, do you approach somebody that's pissed? No. But you're an 11-year-old with a banner full of signatures. Need one. You're not thinking of that because you don't think of those things. You have no tact whatsoever. So me and my buddy, we see Reggie come out, and he busts through the door, and he throws his glove on the bench, and he starts to storm up the stairs to go towards the thing, and we tell him, hey Reggie, do you mind signing our pennant? We only need your signature to complete it. And he goes, no, not now. And he walks away. And me and my buddy are like dejected because we worked so hard to get all those signatures, right? And it was still cool. Right? I wish I had those pennants nowadays. I don't know what the hell happened to those things, unfortunately, because they probably would be worth some money nowadays if somebody had those. So Yogi sees both of us like depressed that we can't get Reggie to complete it. And so he tells us, hey, kids, jump over the fence. And the fence is like, you know, it's like one of those 2-foot fences back in those days. Yeah. It's not even chest, dude. Yeah. I don't even know if it was that tall. I mean, I'm telling you, it's a small-ass little gate. Yeah, if it reached my hip, it'd be like a miracle, you know?
Yeah, the spring training stadiums, there really wasn't a lot of keeping you away from the players.
No,
honestly.
because you weren't jumping over in those days. You were respecting, you know, and that's what we did. We were like there. Like in today's world, there's no way you can have the access that we had in those days. But this is late 70s, dude. It's a whole different world. So Yogi has us come over and sit there, and he raps with us for about 20 minutes. And so that was like the coolest thing in the world, that Yogi Berra, you know, had the kids sit down and just talk baseball and talk Yankees, and that's it. And so it was a good bad, right? It was like you meet Reggie for the first time, and he just blows you off, and you're like depressed, you know what I mean? But then on the flip side, Yogi Berra, the amazing human being that he was, he then says, hey, kids, which, again, in today's world, that would have never happened. Would have never happened. You know what I mean? But, again, that was a whole different world. So If that's what you're talking about, Traber, that's the only one I have that I can tell you that's somebody that I wanted to meet and was a complete a-hole and you idolized. You know what I'm saying? So there you go. I'm sure a lot of people have, plenty of those kind of stories with all kinds of folks. 305 in the 505 says, good morning, Big O. Longtime Floridian, now living in Albuquerque. Looking forward to seeing you guys in Vegas. Fins up. You got it, baby. We'll be there. We'll be there. We'll be there at the end of the month. I just talked to Tommy Rocker yesterday. He'll be on with us tomorrow at 1 o'clock. So we'll have some fun with Tommy, and we'll talk. Somebody's asking about the morning show on Wednesday. We're going to probably do our normal show on Wednesday from Vegas, which means we'll be on at 7 in the morning at Tommy Rockers. Tommy Rockers, by the way, is a 24-hour bar. So that's not a problem. So that week of the draft, Wednesday will be the day we will do our show. But Thursday and Friday, we won't be doing it. Maybe I'll do something from the house for a couple of minutes, for a half hour, 45 minutes, or an hour or something. And then we'll go to Tommy Rockers in the evening for you guys. It'll be afternoon for us. And then we'll be able to go out and check it out and have some fun. Looking forward to it. I'm gonna go see Kansas while we're there in Vegas. I don't know what else. There might be another concert we might be able to see. I will. He won't be there, but I'll be able to see Biffy Clyro later on in that week on the 4th of May, because I'll be in Vegas from the 26th through the 5th. 4th, really. I fly out the 5th, so the 5th really doesn't count. But yeah, so I'll be in Vegas for several days, doing all kinds of things. So there you go. And yes, I see some of you, GM Orlando Shib to the moon. Yes, it is listed. I saw it already, and it's up. It went up to almost 25%. Last time I checked, Shib was up 20%, but it should be riding now. Here it is at 1948 now. It's at 1948. It's up to 28. It should start climbing now. That's looking forward to that. That's what I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for all of that. And I picked up like an extra 60,000 SHIB yesterday in just interest. So just in time before the pump, an extra 60,000 SHIB, which is always a beautiful thing. GP Trap is in. He says, good morning, and hit the likes. Yes, please hit the likes. Very important to hit the like button. Okay, folks. Leon Fresco, thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, Reggie later tried to kill Queen Elizabeth. What do we got? What do we have here? What's SVN reporting? 5 people were shot Tuesday morning at a subway station in Brooklyn, New York. Law enforcement sources. This is crazy, bro. There's shootings everywhere. Really? Oh, my God. Yeah. Fire personnel also found undetonated devices. Man. Jesus. I mean, the other day, what was it? Some guy walked into a gun store and killed the husband, the wife, and the grandson that were running the place. It's just like the stuff that's going on in the streets, man, and in this world. It's just, and we got an animal on the other side of the world just killing people in Ukraine. It's just, man, it's crazy, man. Crazy. 619 says, Big O Buenos Dias from rainy New England. Well, be safe, my friend. Tuning in from Española, New Mexico. I like it. Wow, New Mexico. We got folks in Albuquerque and Española, New Mexico. I like it. Crypto has been kooky. Well, Irving, you got to remember, we had a terrible report coming out from the government on inflation. Recession is coming. Gas prices are soaring. We've got a war. We still have a pandemic, which, by the way, now cases are going up again because of this stupid new strain that we have that's going out. It's going to be a tough time for anything. Housing crisis now we're going to have, because now it's, interest rates are over 5% now. So it's not good. It's not a crypto thing. It's just a societal thing where it's going on. You know what I mean? But yeah, and as somebody was telling me, well, the volatility, and I go, yeah, that's when you look at it in the micro. If you look at it in the macro and you stay on a long term, you're going up always. Even through volatility, you go up. But that's what people don't have patience, so they just look at the last week or the last month or the last couple of months. If you're in for the long term. And then that's how you have to look at it. You know what I'm saying? But it's tough, man. Tough. Andrew Moore says he's in Fayetteville, North Carolina, airborne baby. Juan Vivas says, I partied with Glenn Tipton and a couple of Hialeah girls introduced me to. It was at the Treehouse in Lauderdale. He was super cool. Glenn Tipton's a badass, bro. Badass. Loading up on some Cadena now that it's on OK Coin. Man, I wish you would have gotten some yesterday. It was at $5 and something. I got more of it yesterday, actually, because I got it in the 6s, and then it dipped into the 5s, and I got a bunch of it yesterday, and then when it got up to $8 this morning, I was, oh my God, it's crazy. It's at $6.90 right now, so it went right back down. So it's at a. I think when it's in the $6 area or $5 area, I think it's a phenomenal buy right now for Cadena. So Cadena at $6.90 right now is a really good buy in my eyes. I have plenty of Cadena right now. I am stuck and riding that bag of Cadena. But it's not a now thing. It's not a next month thing. It's probably more like a year or two from now when I'm actually going to enjoy my profits from Cadena the way I should. Let's see. Good morning from Colorado Springs, where I will be seeing Megadeth tonight. Nice. Very nice. Mustaine and the boys. Irving Figueroa says, tuning in from Miami Lakes, right here in our backyard. Yeah. I like it. Speaking of crazy, my daughter's school is on lockdown, code 11 as we speak. Yeah, I hope she's fine. I hope nothing happens there in the school. Big O, let's ban all guns in our country. Yeah, I'm not that guy. Nope. Yeah, I'm not that guy. I like the right to bear arms. What I'd like to do is have really, really strict laws. That's what we have to have. Our laws are not strict enough. That's the problem. Yeah, that gun range is 5 miles from me. Wow, Rusty, I'm sorry to hear that. So sad. I saw the story and it was just, and it's a small town. There's not a lot. I believe, if I'm correct, when I saw that story, I believe that's a town of maybe 3,000-4,000 people or something. It's a really small town. They even took the recorder that records the cameras and everything, so they wouldn't have any evidence, at least of video wise. Yeah, it broke my heart, man. Family running that, and why? So it is what it is. Yeah, people are falling for that COVID nonsense again, of course. Yeah, it's total nonsense, of course. People dying and long COVID and all effed up, and of course, yeah. Yeah, it's all nonsense. I'm thinking long term with crypto. It's the only way you can. Unless you're rich and you want to play that game of, pump and dump, but I'm not rich, bro. Housing market in South Florida will maintain plenty of Northerners invading. No inventory. My inspection business is booming. Yes, you are correct for now. But I think a year from now, I think things are going to get ugly for all kinds of stuff. Recession and all kinds. I think there'll be a lot of people that may not be able to afford the homes that they're in anymore. I I'm afraid of what's coming down the line. You know what we've done with these last two presidents, the amount of money we've given away, it's just ridiculous, and we're gonna have to pay it back now. So it's not good, bro. Not good. Shouldn't a high inflation report make crypto go up? Yes. Yes, Chase. I expect as things get worse, Bitcoin will get way better. Yes. Yes, sir. But I'm not here to like be happy about our economy going to shit just because I'm invested in crypto. You know what I mean? It's kind of a catch 22. I'm not here rooting for our economy to go down because I know crypto especially Bitcoin, is going to explode. Just explode. That's what all the rich people are doing now. They're preparing for what's coming. And their money is going to climb on Bitcoin, and then instead of having it in banks where it's going to go down. And our dollar's pretty strong right now, but it's not good. Not good. Big O, what band broke up too early before they could become legendary? That's a good one, bro. That's a good one, bro. A band broke up before it became legendary. I got to think of that. I'm just seeing an old friend of mine that I'm not going to say anything. Stay over here. Stay off camera. All right, brother. Good to see you, man. You got it. All right, man. Anyway, so yeah, you couldn't even see him on the reflection. I was afraid of the reflection. I was I thought of the reflection. Hang on, let me make sure. Anyway, somebody in the biz. So I don't want to get anybody in trouble. Anyway, so what's it called? A band that became that.
There's some coming in Foghat, LOL, Oasis.
Oh wait, I thought of Oasis.
Warrant.
No, Warren had no shot at becoming legendary.
There's laughing. I'm sorry. There's laughing emoji.
Oh, okay. With Warren, there had to have been laughing.
Yeah,
Foghat too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Foghat had a couple songs.
Yeah.
I love Stone Blue, by the way. Oh man, Tropical West, boys only. Stone Blue, rock and roll sure help me through. Rain blowing in my face. Oh, I love it. Anyway, yeah, Oasis is a good one that they had every chance to be legendary. They're still legendary in a way because they've had some. I mean, Wonderwall is going to be a song that is a legendary song. You know what I mean? Oasis is a really good one. I think that's one that had it. I got to think of it. That's a great question, man. Better jersey to buy, Johnny Rotten is asking, Phillips or Hill? You might hold this against me, but I'm gonna go Jalen Phillips over the Tyreek Hill one. You know why? Because Jalen Phillips went to the U, was drafted by the Dolphins, and so if he becomes a great player, then all of a sudden the jersey, not that it means more or anything like that, but it's just one of those things where Tyreek Hill's already a great player that, you kind of like hired a mercenary, in other words. So for me, a Waddle, a Phillips jersey would carry more weight for me. A Holland jersey would carry more weight for me because he's our draft pick. And if I have a player that we drafted and is successful, that to me is the ultimate. And that's the jersey that I would love to actually invest in. The last jersey I invested in was Tua. Why? He's our guy. We drafted him. So for me, I would go for a Waddle, a Holland, a Jalen Phillips over a Tyreek Hill. You see what I'm saying? Because Tyreek Hill already has a history in the league, and he already has a rich history in the league with one team. That's where it kind of skews it. You know what I'm saying? Whereas if Jalen Phillips becomes a great player, or Holland or Waddle, he becomes a great player in a Dolphin uniform. So to me, it means a little bit more. Maybe it's stupid to a lot of people. Maybe it's silly what I'm saying. You know what I mean? But that's kind of the way I look at it. Okay? That's the only I can tell you how I would look at it. Let's see. Trump had good financial policies, no doubt, but when you decide to lead a revolt, exactly. There were. It's like almost every president that we've ever had. Some things I like, and then there are some things you really dislike. And no, that's the way it is, man. Unfortunately. Was going to see Skid Row and Warren in a couple of months, but most of the original members are gone. Yeah. Skid Row and Warren is, it's not the same, man. It's not the same. I'm with you. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sydney. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. I got cousins in Monticello, New York. Yeah. Not a problem. Hey, let's do this. Let's take a really quick break. Let's get ready for Cameron Wolf. He should be joining us with our KSDT CPA Miami Dolphins and NFL report.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727, or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411, and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference.
All right. Welcome back. Coming to you live, of course, from Caneswear. We are awaiting my man Cameron Wolf with our KSDT CPA. There we go. With our KSDT CPA Miami Dolphins report, we await Cam. Polka Dot at 17 is not a bad price. Samuel, Polka Dot at $17 right now is a phenomenal price. Load the freaking up. I have bought so much Polka Dot. It's crazy, and I've staked it all at 12%. So it's working for me as we speak. Man, I'm a huge believer in Polka Dot. Huge believer in Polka Dot. I think it's going to be a monster. Let's see what else. Somebody was asking me, oh, yeah, Super Boom Shack, are you coming to Orlando for Def Leppard and Motley Crue in June? No, I'm not, actually. I would see that concert maybe here, but not for Motley Crue, because Motley Crue's terrible. I mean, Vince Neil can't sing anymore. You know what I'm saying? So, but Def Leppard is definitely worth it. That's for sure. Just be prepared that Vince Neil cannot sing at all. So it's not a good show anymore with Motley Crue. It just isn't. You can enjoy the music, but the voice you're not going to enjoy anymore if you're at least honest with yourself on that one, but it's bad. All right, let's talk a little football. Cameron Wolf is ready to go. The Wolf Pack has been unleashed.
We unleash the Wolf Pack as we get the latest in the NFL and the Miami Dolphins with our KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL Network insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370. Here's NFL insider Cameron Wolf.
All righty, there he is. How you doing, man? How you feeling?
I'm good, man. Just got back from Cali last night, so back into the grind of things. So I'm feeling good.
All right. So what'd you think of the luau, bro? Why weren't you invited?
So I was invited, actually. I got invited a couple months ago. I probably was one of the first people who knew what was going on. But I had a guy's trip planned for this weekend that I had planned for like 3 months now. So we went to LA, we went to Joshua Tree. So I had to miss the luau. So
yeah, you went to what was left of Joshua Tree.
Yes, what was left of Joshua Tree.
Yeah, okay. Because I know it's what is left of Josh? Did you take pictures?
The desert. It's the desert.
But the tree itself is no longer there, right?
So I've learned this. There are a Joshua Tree. There's multiple Joshua trees. There's a bunch of Joshua trees throughout Joshua. So there are a bunch of the trees left.
Okay.
Maybe not one big one, but there are a bunch of.
But supposedly the one that everybody went to see, some idiot killed it off or something, right? Or some crap or something. Well, I forgot what it was. Some moron poisoned it or something. And
maybe I'm not familiar.
Story. I forgot what it was. But
yeah.
the one that's part of the YouTube picture and all that stuff.
Yep.
You know, that apparently that's the one that was like killed or something.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So that's why I was asking if there's like some memorial or something somewhere in that area for that tree or something.
I missed it.
Yeah, I don't know. It says I got to look back at that story on how it was annihilated or something. The damn Joshua Tree. What else did you do out in California?
We went to LA.
So do a little peyote while you were out there in Joshua Tree, also.
No, man. It was a quick trip. So just hanging with a couple of my buddies. We did the LA vibe for a night, and then we just hung in Joshua Tree. Figured out who could cook and who couldn't. So it was a good vibe.
I some tells me that you guys were in Joshua Tree, like I was in Key Biscayne, and in the 80s after a little bit of too much Thunderbird, and I'm just shooting stars while I'm lying on the beach. Little Mad Dog 2020.
Hey, there are great views out there at Joshua Tree, night and morning.
I can imagine. Well, the views in the beach weren't that bad either, by the way.
No, not at all.
Not here in South Florida. It's the views are never that bad as it is. All right, so getting back to the luau. Your thoughts on Mike McDaniel and his warrior chant. Let's put it that way.
I thought that it needs some improvement. The warrior chant, The voice actually wasn't bad. He didn't have the voice bad
Oh, yeah.
at all. But he might have to get some lessons from Jalen Phillips on getting the intensity of it to match. But I do think it was dope for Tua to have all of that support there. I know they couldn't have it last year because of COVID. So just giving everybody back, but also having your new head coach there. You have Dan Marino there. You have some teammates there. So I think it kind of it was a cool event. It's something that I think or I know it helps a lot of people, but also it kind of I think helps Tua that all these people care about his culture and are willing to kind of spend their afternoon with them. So I thought it was dope.
Well, he took a moment to kind of express that also
Yeah,
about that it was cool that all that the coaches and the head coach and people were here to support him. I think he even mentioned like this is something that I've never experienced before,
right,
and remember this is a guy that's been doing it already in Hawaii and in Tuscaloosa, so it's not like this is the third city where
right.
he's doing these things. So
Yep.
this is not the first time that he's been tied. So apparently Saban didn't go to them, I guess.
I don't know. I guess so, right? I guess
Because
Mike McDaniel was the only
everybody thinks about flow, but technically you didn't hold it last year, so you can't.
right.
Even though we know Flo's not going to do any of that stuff that you saw Mike McDaniel do, we all know Flo may not even appear at that thing. He might be one of those classic ogre coaches that just doesn't show. But I actually thought about Saban when he said that. I go, so wait a minute. So Saban didn't go either while
Yeah.
you were in Alabama?
Right.
Seriously? That's
Yeah,
weird.
it does bring up some questions for sure.
But again, Saban, Belichick, Flores,
Yeah.
it's kind of that old school cloth. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
So you got to go out on a limb now. Is the new school approach going to work for you?
I want it to work. I think
we
that
all
there's
trust me, Cam. We've been suffering down here a lot. We all want it to work.
there's cautious optimism. That being said, I am not trying to champion a coach or champion a thing before it starts because that's when you sell false hope. And I'm not trying to give the fan base false hope because I haven't seen them play a game yet. I haven't seen Mike McDaniel call a single play. Although he was a big mastermind behind the 49ers scheme, this will still be his first time calling plays for his team in a substantial level, So I want to see how that goes. I want to see how everything gels on paper. It looks great with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and all these weapons for Tua. How does it look in actuality? So I can't say for sure, hey, I feel great that this new school approach is going to work so much better than the old school approach. But I am cautiously optimistic.
You know why I'm convinced this is going to work?
How?
Because every coach, believe it or not, Dolph fans have ended up liking him right from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
This guy they didn't like from the get-go. This guy, he's short, he's geek, he weighs 150 pounds, he wears glasses. We're the only ones that interviewed him. He doesn't really call plays. I am convinced that this now it's changing as time has gone on. He has won people over, but the initial part of it was kind of negative. I said, okay, this is the one that's going to work because we've been too positive about all the other ones and they never work. And whether it's, by the way, Saban, Parcells, or Jimmy.
Yep.
I mean, we couldn't have gotten more positive about those three.
Yep.
Forget about the Gases of the world and the Flows and Cam Cameron or Philbin or whatever, or Sperano. Even the established ones that we got really crazy for didn't work out.
Yeah.
This is the guy that is going to work out because of all the negativity I saw from the get-go. So
but you're right, Big O. Usually it's the ones that everybody talks about that doesn't get the love. I remember, and he's on his next job now, but I remember when Doug Peterson got hired, he was the worst head coach hire that period. And he ended up winning a Super Bowl before any of them else. Now he got fired still, but I think Dolphins fans would take it if it ended up in the Super Bowl, regardless of how long the guy stayed.
Yes. Any title we'll take. Dude, I'm 55. Last time they won a title, I was like 8 years old, man. I mean, it's just
right.
it's like I remember giving a 5 to my dad and all that, but I, you at 8 years old, and especially an 8-year-old in the 70s, is way more remedial than an 8-year-old in the 2020s.
Right.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's like,
Yep.
I'm thinking of Tonka truck.
Yeah.
Not even football at that moment. I'm really thinking of a Tonka truck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, now an 8-year-old nowadays is, I don't know, dealing in NFTs and has a
Right.
beeper and a phone and what, not beepers, and beepers aren't around, but phones and whatever, man. I mean, it's just crazy, an 8-year-old nowadays compared to an 8-year-old back in the day. So
yeah. Hey, it's
we
crazy. Even a 1.5-year-old. My daughter's 1.5, and she knows the phone. She knows how to turn the TV on and try to get to her Netflix. Like, these are all things I could not imagine of doing. It's definitely an advanced generation.
At 1.5, I'm still stuck in the nursery, bro.
Yep.
I'm still in a cage, man.
Yeah, I'm not
My
knowing
ass
any of
is
this.
jailed still at 1.5, man.
Yep.
Your kid's free, roaming,
Running.
TVs on and stuff.
Yep.
Public cooking and everything.
It's going to be a smarter crew of kids for sure.
Yeah, way smarter, especially. Yeah. By the time she's 10, she's 1,000 times smarter than I am right now.
Yeah.
Right this second. Okay.
Wow.
I mean, that's impressive how these kids learn. All right. So we look at that comment. How much did you read into it? Did you read into it on the flow part? Did you ever think about Saban like I did?
So I immediately thought about all the coaches he had before, but I think it said more about McDaniel, honestly. I looked at it and it said, hey, this is a guy who truly feels it. Because a lot of times us in the media, we get what the team and the player puts out, but you don't know what truly they feel. So that to me says that he feels genuinely the support in a way he hasn't felt in a while. So
I'm with you. I'm with you, because what you're saying is, if it was LeBron James, it would be that passive aggressive bull crap.
Right.
And what he was saying was coming from the heart.
Yes.
He wasn't thinking flow at all at that moment. He was in appreciation mode of the people that were there. He was living in the moment. The rest of us want to live in the drama and create everything else. I'm with you. I think he was living in the moment.
I think he was. I really think he was. I think he was like, man, this is going to be dope. I have a coach that supports me, and I'm excited to see where that goes, And so I think it was that simple for him. That's, we can make it more fun and say, hey, it's about this coach, that. But I do think that too is thinking, man, this is dope. I just met this dude, and he's on stage trying to, do my native haiku chant, So.
Yeah. Did you catch the I Am Athlete? Do you have that cut there? Are we going to get tagged for that crap if we play it? Okay, all right.
Yeah, I mean, if they hit us, they'll trim us. They don't take away anything.
All right. So the I Am Athlete podcast with O and all these guys, they had Waddle on.
Yep.
And so you know what I'm about to ask you then.
Yeah. So I haven't watched the whole thing, but I watched a few clips of it.
But you watched the cut about Mac Jones and Tua and Omar asking.
Yep.
Well, just for the record, last year when that happened, what Waddle says now is exactly what I was saying, what he was doing.
Right.
Is that he was helping his current teammate out who was trying to get into the league, whereas Tua was already a made man already in the league. But we spun it, in the media, and fans. Let's not because I love how they throw just the media that, it's the media, and the fans are just as bad as the media at times with this kind of crap. So let's play the cut just in case people haven't seen it. Here's Omar following up on what I would think was actually very necessary to ask in a way, because you kind of want to put it to rest.
Mm-hmm.
And in a way, it seemed to me like Waddle wanted to put it to rest too.
Yes.
Go ahead, fire off.
In college, you actually said that you thought Mac Jones was.
I knew this was coming.
Really?
I knew this was coming.
Nah, I always defended you by saying that's what you gotta say,
right?
Because you coming out with him, and that's what right.
But I had to put my tea down. I look at it like, all right, Tua's already been drafted. If I can say something to help someone get to where Tua at. Why wouldn't I say it? Tua already. They was killing me about that.
In college,
There you go.
Yeah.
So your thoughts on it?
So I thought perfectly makes sense. I mean, I didn't know the situation, but in the draft process, I heard him say that. I did not overreact. I thought the same thing. This guy's coming out with you, Max coming out with you. He's your quarterback in this draft. Why not help his stock get better? So him confirming that makes a lot of sense. Now, I will say that if he was lying, he would probably say the same answer. But,
Yeah.
but I do believe honestly that that he said he pumped Mac up because he wanted Mac to get drafted higher. So I don't think it was that big of a controversy as people made it at the time. And hearing him say it there, hopefully puts it to bed, as far as the Tua, the Mac, that sort of deal.
I think that sometimes fans and even some people in the media at times, they think there's it's sometimes a little more personal, more competitive than it really is.
Right.
Yeah, it's competitive, but once you get into that circle with those guys, it's more about support for each other than really one trying to raise one to bury the other. And if you look at Waddle, he's not that kid, dude. He's not. He just doesn't look like that kind of guy that's a malicious guy in any way, shape, or form, dude.
And you got to realize, Big O, about the draft process, especially when you have these higher drafted prospects from the same school. A lot of the interviews are teams asking a player about another player. That, like, sometimes a team will bring a quarterback in when they have no drafting picks of the quarterback just to ask about his top receiver. What was it like? How was he like as a roommate? Did he learn the plays? Did you stay after practice? All these things that had nothing to do with that player. So I think these draft picks are trained to talk up their teammates so that their teammates can go higher, and hopefully they return the favor too. So I think it's all a process. It's a little bit more of a game than people would realize as far as the pre-draft process. So I don't think it says any indictment about Tua. I think it's just the reality of the situation. He probably would have said the same thing if it was reversed and Tua was coming out that year instead of Mac.
Are you hearing anything draft-wise? What do you think they're focused in on? Because obviously they're later picks.
Yeah, I mean they might be bored by the time they get on the clock, right? This will be Friday night, near midnight, right?
No, think about I got to broadcast it, okay?
Yeah.
All right. So,
oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what you're gonna do day one.
It's all right. I'm in Vegas, so
Yeah.
you always have to look at things, and spin it the right way.
Exactly.
Okay,
Exactly.
so I'll do the first night. Sean and I will have a lot of guests. You'll probably be on at one point or another throughout those 3 days because we'll have the insiders being a part of it. But hey man, the good thing is when we're done, Sean and I can look at ourselves and say, we're in Vegas. Let's go.
Yep.
So
Time to party, right?
And by the way, it won't be 12 o'clock at night when we're done.
That's a great point. You guys are gonna be done by 8 or 9 o'clock. You can still hit the tables. You can still get a good dinner in. You still be good.
That's right.
Yeah.
We're in Vegas.
You're in Vegas.
That's the way you got to look at it. We're in Vegas.
And no early mornings, everything's going to pop back off in the evening. So you should be good.
Yeah, man. We should be absolutely fine when it's all said and done. What are you thinking in the latter part of the draft?
Yeah, so I see them attacking. We actually talked about it last show, but some of the positional groups are not heavy need positions or heavy value positions. So a position like center, which doesn't typically have a lot of value, and I can see them drafting a center in the middle rounds. The kid from BC, Alec Lindstrom, is there. He probably is a guy you can get with either your third or fourth round pick. I can see them going with inside linebacker. They need another backer there. So the third or fourth round pick, that's another area where you could get a linebacker. I know they brought in a guy named Shannon Tidwell from Georgia, a speedy linebacker, one of the fastest linebackers in the draft. So he's a guy who's probably going to be available there in the third or fourth round. So those are the two positions I'd key on. Running back and edge rusher are also spots that I could see them using one of those picks as well. So for me, it's probably lesser big name draft positions and more of those, filling the holes at center, at linebacker, maybe at running back. So they have 2 picks in third and fourth round, and those are their main picks. So if I guess, I'd probably say center linebacker at this point.
You know what I'd like to ask? And I'd like to find out, maybe you can do that instead and make a
Yeah.
story on it, because this is a different angle now.
Yep.
They're not picking till late.
Mhm.
So how much more careful should they be about bringing candidates in? Because when you're picking early,
Right.
in the first couple rounds, you're bringing in the same players everybody else is.
Yep.
But once you start bringing in players that you're targeting in days 2 and 3,
Right.
now you're being a little bit more specific
Yep.
about a draft that's on the deeper part of it.
Yep.
And now you're really showing your cards more than anything, because on the early picks, you're all interviewing the same guys.
Mhm.
But on the back end, you might have different needs, different views, different understandings of players, and
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
how. And by the way, they have been this group here specifically has been successful with the later picks and
Right.
the undrafted guys.
This is a lot of time where you'll get differences. You know, your coaches will have more viewpoints in this stage of the draft. Scouts will have their viewpoints. I've seen a lot of draft rooms where scouts and coaches have disagreed on a pick, and it's been clear. Like, I've seen video. You see some people in the room who are upset. You see some people in the room who are upset. Some people are happy, and it's kind of like, we'll see. So yeah, I think this is where you really make your bread in a draft late day.
That's why I'd like you guys to write a story about this.
Yeah.
Does the strategy change now? Interviews and all, because you're picking.
And I think it does.
late.
Like, if you kind of notice some of the 30 visits they've already had, they haven't had many first round picks in because they don't have a first round pick. So it's a lot of guys in the middle rounds. I mentioned one in the linebacker and Shannon Tidwell. They brought in James Cook, part of their local visit. So all of these guys are guys going to be available in the middle rounds. You try to get more information on these guys, especially guys who may have not played that often or had injury issues. You're trying to get that so you're informed.
Did you watch the Marvin Allen interview with Travis Wingfield?
I did not.
Well, Marvin there in that interview, and now he's Robert Hunt.
Yes.
So Robert Hunt doesn't end up playing in, was it the Senior Bowl or the East West? I forgot which one he was invited to.
He played in the Senior Bowl, I thought, or he got invited to the Senior Bowl.
He got invited to the Senior Bowl, but he got injured and could not play in the Senior Bowl. And because I think that year he also was kind of limited. He had some injuries or something in that season also.
Yeah.
So Marvin was talking about how he was super happy because they had done all their interviews with Robert before, and he'd loved the kid and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And so when he didn't play in the Senior Bowl, they were super happy that nobody got to see him.
Yeah.
And they thought that that's the reason why he was able to drop to them. And so that's why I'm kind of thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
When I thought about that, I said, okay, well then I hope they did their interviews on the road a lot this year, at the East West, at the NFLPA, at the, what is it, the
HBCU Combine.
HBCU Combine. I hope you did a bunch of interviews in all those bowl games.
Yep.
And throughout the year, because that's where you're going to get your guys from the 3rd to 7th rounds, pretty much.
Right.
So, I wonder how the draft strategy changes for them publicly now.
I bet it does. And it's harder to have true smoke screens, right? Because you're picking into the 3rd or 4th round pick. So a lot of that strategy does change.
Yeah, exactly. So there you go. That's one I'd love. The problem with that is they're not going to tell you jack crap until after this is all done.
Right? Yep. They don't want to tell you who they're going to draft.
No, and they won't tell you how they're going to handle something like this.
Right.
That's the thing. So it's going to be, you may have to go to another team that has experienced it to try to figure out how they're going to go about it. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's interesting, actually. As a draft geek, that's the kind of stuff that interests me. That kind of stuff. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolf, as always, and catch his work there at the NFL Network. Cam, as always, thank you, my friend. I appreciate the conversation. We catch up later in the week.
Absolutely. Chat later this week for Dolphins fans. I think Travis just announced it, but I'll be doing a Twitter space deal with the Dolphins Network tomorrow night to talk a little Dolphins ball. So if you're around tomorrow night, We will talk a little ball there. I will do another Howling with the Wolf chat at some point before the draft. I just had to figure out when.
You got it.
But we'll see you guys Friday back here chatting with Big O.
You got it. There you
right,
go.
Man. See you.
The one and only Cameron Wolf. Thank you, Cam. Appreciate you.
This has been the KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right, we're back. Topher says they need to sign Reuben Foster. Why do they need to? What's Reuben Foster done? You're living off of reputation. Not a good one, by the way, but his play of several years ago. The guy's been a disappointment. So I don't know. I don't think there's any necessity if he's in good shape and mentally is the key. Topher, that's the real key with that guy, because that guy doesn't understand it, doesn't get life. George says, great job, Big O. Wolf is awesome. Yes, he is. That's why we have him on the show. We love Cameron, man. George says, if they felt Foster was worth it, he would have been signed. No worries. Cuts will be made and more additions will be made. Amen. Amen. That I am athlete was more like I am Jamar Chase. Foster might be better than all of our linebackers. Maybe. And probably not. There's a good chance that you're talking about a guy that is unreliable you're going to rely on. You don't even know if he can make it to practice or a game without getting arrested or in trouble. You don't know if he's going to have trouble in the damn locker room. You don't even know if he's going to be able to get along with his coaches. He certainly can't get along with nurses. So, what is Omar wearing? Oh, I didn't notice it. Was Omar wearing something kind of funky in the thing? I didn't notice it. Did not notice it. You do? Let's see. Let me see what Omar's got on. Let me see what he got. Doesn't look bad. It just looks like a shirt over a bigger shirt over a shirt. Okay, let me see. Enlarged. What's wrong with what Omar has? Dude, I grew up with that. You know how many people in my school showed up with a concert shirt and a flannel shirt over the concert shirt? Like, that was a style for people for many, many years, right? Flannel shirt over a concert shirt. The flannel shirt was open, concert shirt or T-shirt or whatever. I don't know how many of my friends walked around with that same getup. Now, his shirt isn't flannel. It's a different material, I can tell. But what's wrong with what Omar has on? You look good, Omar. Don't worry about it. Big O, I thought you said you would never watch that program. I don't. I didn't watch the program. I just got the cut. That's what I watched with the program, that cut, just like you right now, that cut. I saw the cut on social media, and I said, okay, let's talk about that. And that's why we're doing it. Let's break here. Let's begin our number 2. We're coming to you live from Caneswear here in Davie. Come on by, say hi. Still got another 2.5 hours here easily, maybe 2 hours and 45 minutes. We'll be here till about 1:45, 1:50, something like that. Sean will be here till like 3. So come on by, 2511, right? 2511 South University Drive in Davie. Come on by out here at Caneswear, man. And by the way, go to the website, caneswear.com. Dolphins, Heat, Marlins, Panthers gear, all kinds of Canes gear, and everything over $99, free shipping here at caneswear.com. Let's break. Hour number 2 is next.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business, car key replacements, and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions, from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The Go Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Baby, it's hour number 2. Yes, sir. And Katie Can, thank you, sir. He says, got my new Black Dolphins hat from Canes Wear. The style Big O wears once in a while. I live in Ohio. Not many Dolphin stores in these parts. Got it within a week. How about that? How about that? That's it. Yeah, that's right. Sean says he'll get his in 2 minutes since he's right here at Caneswear. But yes, there you go. Caneswear.com, man. You can get it. Dolphins, Canes, Marlins, Panthers, Inter Miami gear. I wonder what Hall & Oates song Jimmy will sing in the next Michelob Ultra commercial. Don't know. Right on, Big O. People fall in love with names without considering what comes with that name. Foster is one of those names. Besides, what's he done on the field worth the crap lately anyway? He hasn't done anything in years. That's the thing. And all of a sudden, the unreliable. Yeah, no, he's the best. Let's go. I mean, I know they need a linebacker, but Omar's wearing a picnic table shirt from Yee's clothing line. Big O, enjoy the show every day. I can't wait to meet you in Vegas. Ken from New Mexico. Well, I look forward to meeting all of you out there in Vegas, man. What song is in that commercial? What commercial? Which one? Oh, the liquor split one? Oh, I have no idea. I can ask. I'll ask Matt. Okay? I'll ask Matt. Does anybody think we'll use one of our number ones next year for this year's play in the draft? You never know. That's why people have told me, why are you doing the draft? And I said, because, well, one, it's the draft. We're in Vegas. We're going to do it. And two, Chris Greer wheels and deals like no general manager we've ever had, bro. I would not be surprised if we're in the first round or second round of the draft. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, oh, there's no way they'll trade back in. They're going for it. If there's a player they really like this year, who knows? Somebody's there at number 22 that they like, and they think he's the 10th best player in the draft. And they're like, how in the hell is this guy fall? This guy's a star. Hey, call that team. Let's get into that pick. And boom, you just never know. So yes, I'm not one of those people that's going to sit here and tell you, oh yeah, there's no way that they're not going to. They may. So if they don't, hey man, we're in Vegas. Fine, we'll have plenty of guests. We'll talk about all the picks that go through and all of that, and we'll have a great time. And we'll get to meet a lot of Dolphin fans all over the world that are going to show up in Vegas, going to join us at Tommy Rockers. You can't beat that, man. Look, we had a gentleman right now, Sydney from New York. He lives in New York. He came by because his daughter lives here, and he's visiting his daughter. So he came by here at Caneswear. They say hi and all that. You know, that's what this show is all about. It's us going over to New York and going over to Slattery's, right? Slattery's, right? It's called. And meeting all of the Dolphin fans and hanging out with Dougie and everything. That's what this is all about, man. So while some of you are still going to go to the draft and you've still planned, you're Dolphin fans, you're not going to stop from going. You're going to go enjoy. So are we, man. And I hope you come by Tommy Rockers and join us throughout the weekend or on Wednesday when we broadcast. It'll be in the morning. It'll be early in the morning that day. Big O, does Caneswear sell old school Hurricane jerseys? Can you go ask them if they have? I think they do. I don't want to lie to you, but I believe they still have. I believe they have old school Hurricane jerseys. Remember, Caneswear.com will have everything they have in here. They have it at Caneswear.com in the website, so it should be there. Sean's going to ask right now. Okay. What else do we have here? We drafted a top 10 kid on our title league team in the 5th round. So many coaches overlooked him. Never underestimate how bad other teams can draft. Yep. Ha 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 ha. John Rouse is in the house. Peter Holland says, Big O, Chris Greer loves to play gymnastics with his picks. It won't surprise me if he attempts to move up into the early 2nd round by trading away his 3rd or 4th. Greer knows how to find day 2 guys. Yeah. He's been very good with day 2 and day 3. They have been able to nail a lot of those picks, man. So they've been. That's why I'm looking forward to it either way. I mean, it's the draft. I always enjoy the draft. You know what I mean? By the way, Nature Bee is a proud sponsor of our program. 27 vitamins and amino acids, 28 minerals, powerful antioxidants, and I feel it every day. Listen, I had a hell of a weekend, man, and I need those 2 golden capsules to power me every single day. I never lack any energy. You saw me yesterday. Yesterday, we got in at 2:30 in the morning the night before, driving back from Orlando from the concert, and we powered through 3 hours and 40 minutes of energy yesterday, and that's Nature B. And not only that, it boosts my immune system, which obviously that's the most important thing for me. Working in radio for 32 years now, I've been taking Nature B for 20, and I rarely have a cold, and I thank that mostly to Nature B. And so that's why I tell you, go to the website, natureb.com. Use my code, man, Big O Show, and you will get free shipping on the plant pollen, whether it's 1 month supply, 2 month, 3 month supply, 6 month supply, doesn't matter. Check out all the other amazing products that they have there. I tell you all the time, my wife loves the wrinkle cream. I use the lip balm all the time. In fact, my wife had to use it the other day. Her lips got chapped, and she had to use the lip balm the other day. The soaps. I mean, there's so many different products there, and you're going to love the plant pollen because it's all natural. So it's great for the kids, and it's great for the adults. My daughter's been taking it since she was a child. Clean, green, New Zealand, baby. That's where it comes from Mother Nature. Order it. Go to the website, natureb.com, and feel the power of pollen every single day. All right. What else do we have to talk about here on the program? All right, what's the news you have me on jerseys?
They have the Sean Taylor jersey,
but
that's mostly the only old school jersey that
not,
they
not,
have
not old,
because
old,
of the
old
Adidas,
school.
because of the Adidas and everything else there. So that's kind of the one they have.
So Sean Taylor's as far as they go,
and those that jersey sales is also benefiting his daughter.
Oh wow,
the Sean Taylor jersey.
Okay, so there you go. So you're actually doing it for a good cause. It does benefit Sean Taylor's daughter. That's good. They're always doing good stuff, man.
And he showed me it has the old school stitching, not like the newer stuff. It's the old school, the stitching, everything stitched in there.
Nice. I like it. All right. Let's play that soundbite from Tua. I want to go over the soundbite because Tua was quoted in the luau over the weekend, and he was talking about everybody that was there attending, and he specifically pointing out the coaches and things like that. And so I want to break down his comments because I know we've gone and run with it in one direction, but you can actually look at it in many different directions. Tell me when you're ready, Sean, so we can play that. And it's an interesting soundbite, and there's a lot of layers to it. But I just don't think it's necessarily as divisive as it might be if it was somebody else saying the same things. And I think sometimes we're all driven to the controversy because we love it, and it's what fuels us. It's what creates ratings. It's what creates page views and things like that. Because the good stuff, it's hard to lean on. But here is Tua addressing the folks in attendance at his luau.
To be able to have our OC, my quarterback's coach, our head coach here in support of this. To me, I've never witnessed that.
So a lot of people said, I never witnessed that. And they took it as a shot at Flo. And look, let's be honest now. Is Flo going to do any of this stuff? No. Is Flo going to be up on stage doing the Warrior stuff that Mike made that? No. Would Flo would he even be there? Probably not. Okay, I get it. But he also said never experienced that. So that means also Saban didn't go. Now Saban's old school. Flo is old school. Belichick's old school. Shula's old school. Certain coaches, they're probably not going to be attending these kind of things. You know what I mean? Pat Riley, it's interesting because Pat Riley is the old school guy that'll do new school things. And I bet you that if they had the luau, no, wait a minute. I'm sorry. The Miami Heat would be the one that would initiate the luau for Tua, because that's what the Miami Heat does. They're in a class, like in another stratosphere, way above everybody in town. Everybody's still searching to be what the Miami Heat is. But it's important that all of that went on, because this is what this young man needs. This is what the team needs. This is what the fan base needs. What you don't need is your head coach and your quarterback at odds. I mean, it's looking more and more like what happened in Tampa. It might have been that Arians got pushed out now. Maybe there is truth to that, because there's all kinds of lingering stories that are coming from all of that. But it's hard for you to succeed if people are constantly fighting you. And if they're not going to support you, and you're not going to have the people around you need to succeed, it's hard, man. So at least now Tua doesn't have that in his mind, that he's got to figure out the defense, he's got to figure out the game plan, and then he's got to fight the periphery throughout the week. All the crap that he deals with his coach. He doesn't have to deal with that anymore. He doesn't have to deal with the questions from the media and all that kind of stuff. All that interference is out of the way. So it allows him to focus on football. It allows the coaches to just focus on football. And yes, I get it for you Tua negative folks out there and the disbelievers or whatever. The excuses are out the window. Yes. But when he said, I've never experienced this, having my OC here, my QB coach, my head coach, all that, I don't think it was necessarily a shot at all at Flores, because that's us, that we think like that. That's society that we think like that. He wasn't thinking like that. He wasn't thinking of the backhanded shot or anything, because he said he had never experienced it. So he's taking a shot at everybody in a way. He's not really taking a shot. He's just saying he's appreciative that they were all there. It never came from any place like that he was taking a shot at Flo, Saban, and I don't know, maybe his high school coach, that he did it back in high school and maybe he didn't show, which whatever. I don't believe that, but I'm just saying, I don't think Tua was taking a shot at Flo at all in that statement. I think he was just flat out appreciative that he's got people that believe in him and are in his corner. Most sweet thing will be is being rewarded with one hell of a season. That's the part that I think all of us are going to enjoy a lot. Joe Miami says, went to Caneswear recently. Owner there, super nice. Says hello to everyone in the store. Great selection. Mention Big O. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Joe. And Brett and Jeff and all the people out here. They're just amazing. They're great at customer service. They really take care of people. They're just, they're salt of the earth people. They're just hardworking people, passionate. Just like Sean and I are about all of this. They're passionate about what they do. And it comes through every single day, and they care about what they do. They care about having the best selection. They care about getting the coolest things in there with a Canes logo, a Heat logo, a Marlins logo, a UM logo, whatever. You name it. Yes, sir. What do you got for me? Oh, can you
If you
smell
what the Canes are cooking?
Right. That's right. By the way, do you get sued by The Rock if you say, can you smell what The Rock is cooking, all that stuff? Like,
I don't know that that's necessarily trademarked, but you know what? I welcome the publicity.
Well, no, I don't welcome the lawsuit.
Listen,
that'll cripple us.
I will apologize tremendously, but to have
I don't think The Rock would do that.
The Rock mention us will help us tremendously.
Yeah, no, but I don't think The Rock would put us out of business.
No,
That's not his style. He's a good dude.
No.
But because you can't do the Michael Buffer thing because you'll
pay
get
$1 million
sued.
But also they use that as every fight, that's used throughout.
No, I know, but he trademarked it.
Yeah, I know, but you don't stand in the middle of the ring and do.
No, I know.
The last time Rock did that company went out of business. The XFL.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Question, Big O: do teams pull back on scouting top end talent in the draft when they're in a position like our Finns? Actually, George, they already did all the scouting. Once these trades were made, the scouting was done. You had sent them all throughout, George, all throughout the year. You have no idea what you're going to do. You have to be prepared either way. And, George, what if you trade your back end picks? Well, you prepared for the front end. Well, you traded your front end picks. Well, now you're prepared for the back end. You have to prepare for the draft either way, George. It doesn't matter whether you have your full lot of picks, your first half, your back half, or you have no picks. Because you still have your next year's picks. And if there's something you want to do in this draft, you can still do it. You know what I mean? So if you're smart, you prepare always, and you prepare the same way every year because you don't know how everything's going to break out. So all of the draft work has already been done. So it doesn't really matter at this point. Let's see. I love Caneswear, and I love the fact that they even have Canes gear for my kids. Yes, and babies. They even have stuff for tiny little tykes. Also, yes. I see Adam Schefter dished out an apology. Did you see that one? Oh my God! Did you guys see? You saw what he did with Dwayne Haskins? So, he put out the apology. I don't know if any of you saw this. I'm sure most of you saw it, but if you didn't, which, again, I don't know Adam Schefter. He doesn't look like a bad dude or anything like that, but my Lord, how does he do that, what he did yesterday, or the day before yesterday, I'm sorry, when he puts out the tweet for Dwayne Haskins, and his initial tweet, let me put it, here it goes. It says, Dwayne Haskins, a standout at Ohio State before struggling to catch on with Washington and Pittsburgh in the NFL, died this morning when he got hit by a car in South Florida per his agent Cedric Saunders. Haskins would have turned 25 years old on May 3rd. Like, why would you talk about his struggles? It's not as bad as what Gil Brandt did. And by the way, have we heard yet, has Gil Brandt been fired already? I mean, the NFL Network should not put Gil Brandt ever again on the air. I would imagine that you have been put out to pasture now, right? That's the kind of slip you don't ever want to happen again. But Adam Schefter, look, I get Gil Brandt is 175 years old. Okay? Most buildings in this country aren't older than Gil Brandt. Most bridges in this country aren't older than Gil Brandt. So it's not that I understand or accept it or anything like that, but okay, it's an old fart that doesn't really, I don't know, comprehend things nowadays. Is that what it is? Is that what we're going to call him? Because what he said of Dwayne Haskins was disgusting. Have some respect for a person that just died. A young man, he's 24 years old, and we don't even have the facts yet, dude. We still don't know exactly what the hell happened. But, one guy talking about his struggles while talking about his death. And then the other idiot, he was a death waiting to happen. Maybe he wouldn't have died if he stayed a year extra in school. Like, staying a year extra in school would have made a difference. It's just stupid shit like that. Those are the moments that you're like, Gil Brandt, bro, you're too old. You need to go. You need to go. Leave. And if the NFL Network has any scruples, they ask the old man to retire and say, "Hey, Gil, we're sorry, but so you got to go, dude. You got to go." Wow. And I Schefter too is like, I know he apologized and everything, but man, dude, come on, you got to be better than that. All right, Manny Navarro is set to join us. Give me 2 minutes here, and we'll take a quick break. And we'll talk to Manny Navarro next. If you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. And by the way, Welt and Rayom, bankruptcy, homeowners, property damage, condo damage, criminal defense, business owner claims, commercial litigation, personal injury, Welt and Rayom. Call them if you need an attorney right now, 954-966-4646. That's 954-966-4646. Let's take a break. We come back with Manny Navarro and our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A-plus rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified whitening contractor.
it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business, car key replacements, and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for Canes fans to get what they want. Information, insight, and perspective. It's the Caneswear Miami Hurricanes Report with Manny Navarro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Here's Big O and insider Manny Navarro.
All righty, there he is, the man, the myth, the legend that is Manny Navarro. How you doing, my man? How you feeling?
Feeling great. Oh, how are you doing, man?
Well, I'm at Caneswear.
There you go.
Like, where are you? Come on, go. Why aren't you over here with us, hanging out here at Caneswear? No, how you feeling, man? You fully recovered?
Yeah, I finally got a negative test yesterday, so that was a good sign. And I'm not feeling ill anymore at all. So I'm fully recovered and ready to go back out there. Once I get some work done, I'll be at practice probably Thursday, and then at the spring game on Saturday.
So let's talk a little bit about the spring game. What are we looking forward to in that spring game? What should the Canes fan, what should their keen eye be focused in on?
Well, obviously, I mean, you think up to last year's team, right, and the way the season ended, and Charleston Rambo having such a phenomenal year. I think wide receiver, who sort of emerges to be the go-to guy in this offense. That's a question that obviously won't get answered until the season starts. But, I think the top three guys have pretty much established themselves this spring. Keyshawn Smith, Jacoby George, and Xavier Restrepo. I think those three guys have consistently been sort of the first team unit. Romello Brinson has been out this spring, but when he gets back in the fall, he'll compete to get into that rotation. But it'll be nice to see Tyler Van Dyke and that offense sort of try to pick up where they left off, because they were one of the best passing teams in the country last season over the last 6 games. But they've got to replace both Rambo and Mike Harley. So from a fan perspective, you'd be looking to see how that works out. Tight end position, Will Mallory's been out, but that's given a chance to guys like Elijah Arroyo and Jaleel Skinner, the freshman who came in, to get a ton of work. There's going to be a whole lot of 2 tight end sets. So that'll be interesting to watch, to see this new offense under Josh Gaddis and how it sort of uses the tight end. And then on the defensive side of the ball, you want to see the tackling look better than it did a year ago, and really that's, Kevin Steele and Charlie Strong and the effort that those guys are making with the linebackers. Things can obviously change with personnel here in the front 7 over the next few weeks once spring is over with the transfer portal. But you want to see Jafari Harvey. He's had a really good spring. You've seen him sort of excel at defensive end position this spring and sort of take on more of a lead role. You want to see if Chance Williams is up to snuff. We've heard things about Thomas Davis, a second-year freshman who is sort of a small, undersized pass rusher, but has a lot of speed and athleticism. I wrote about him over a year ago. He didn't play at all last year. Now it looks like he might have a role as sort of a third-down pass rusher type. And he's looked good this spring. So those are the things I'll be keeping an eye on as a fan. I want to see how the front 7 looks defensively, how they wrap up, how they tackle, how different the defense looks. Are guys in the right position? Under Manny Diaz, there was such a emphasis on over pursuing to the ball and bringing pressure from wherever you can to create tackles for loss was sort of an all or nothing defense. And I want to see how they look just fundamentally different with Kevin Steele, who's playing more of a gap, shadow the running back, wrap up, fundamental, sort of defense than what Manny Diaz sort of did unsuccessfully last year. So I'm looking for all those things on Saturday. In the end, as I've said here before, 12 key players out this spring with injuries. So you can't sit here and start putting together a complete depth chart until the fall, but you can get an idea for those sort of fundamental things and how they look on Saturday.
All right. Well, that's a good. And listen, I think what we're going to be focused in on, I would imagine, is the offensive line, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, of course, yeah. That goes without saying, right? I mean,
right, because that's the one thing I think they're going to want to see. And way too early to make any kind of determination on anything whatsoever. But I would imagine that Canes fans are going to want to see some kind of success by the offensive line against the defense during that scrimmage. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, there's no question. I think you want to see this combo blocking schemes that Alex Mirabal is sort of implemented into this offense. The fact that that they were the worst rushing team in the ACC last year. You want to see some level of improvement. That said, you do have technically your two lead running backs and Don Chaney Jr. and Jalen Knighton that won't be in this thing. So can you sit there and honestly say, hey man, these guys still can't run the football? I mean, it's more about what kind of a job they do, what you see them doing. Do they create lanes for these running backs? Do they create more space than they did? Do they create a push up front? Really, that's what Mario has been going for this entire spring, just teaching those guys the physicality level. And that was the number one thing he told me is when he watched the film, there were too many guys getting knocked in their ass on the offensive line. And that can't happen anymore. It has to be the other way around. So, yeah, you want to see that physicality up front. I think you've got, 3 of the 5 starting offensive linemen that'll be in the game. You'll have your left tackle in Zion Nelson. You'll have your center in Ja'Kai Clark. And then you'll have DJ Scaife, who in my mind is either a right guard or a right tackle once things sort of shake out here in the summer with the transfer portal and guys returning from injury. But, Jalen Rivers probably won't be playing in that game. You still don't know what Miami's going to add through the portal, as I mentioned. So from a depth chart and chemistry standpoint, it may not be, what Miami looks like in the fall, but at least you'll get an idea of what they've been working on.
Yeah, no, that to me, that's kind of, when we look at that, at the success of this, and it's also, it's Mario's position.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's going to be so involved in that. Yeah,
exactly. So always, like 99% of the time, it's got to be 1% of the time, so rare, but whatever your head coach specializes in, usually your team will kick ass in that department. And so after all the struggles on the O-line over the years, I mean, that's kind of what we're expecting is to get back to that. And here's the best part about all of this, Manny. And I would tell all Canes fans out there, look how good Tyler Van Dyke was without a good line.
Mm-hmm. He really was.
Can you imagine?
And without a running game.
And without a running game. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Okay?
I mean,
I'm just saying.
Yeah. I mean, Josh Gaddis was brought in here and he could have probably gone a couple different places, but part of the reason he obviously came here was he gets to work with Tyler Van Dyke, number one. And number two, knowing Mario Cristobal's history with the offensive line position, knowing Alex Mirabal and his experience and the success he's had at different programs.
Makes his life easy.
He knows that, hey, maybe it's not the Michigan offensive line right now. And Michigan was one of the best ones in the country last year.
Right.
But it could eventually get there, right? Who knows between the portal and everything else with the guys that are sort of popping in there every day now as spring football ends, as I told you what happened. I told you this was going to become ridiculous. You don't know what it could be by the time you're in the 5th or 6th game of the season. You don't know how good. I mean, it could be one of the best in the country by that time.
I agree.
So this team, it's kind of cool to sit here and watch the evolution, to see Mario go to work and make this thing better piece by piece by piece. I mean, Saturday's going to be great, but then we're going to go a long time without football. So it's going to be. I hope people put it on their DVR, right, and get a chance to go back and watch it over and over again, because it'll be the only football we get to watch for a while.
By the way, what's changed for you access wise? Anything, or has it gotten worse?
No, it's pretty much been pretty standard. I mean, everybody gets the 4 or 5, people after practice for a few minutes, and they record it and they put it online right away. And so it's very similar. I mean, you are getting a chance to watch practice, for 15, 20 minutes. But we'll see what happens.
What do you watch? Stretching and individuals, and then they kick your ass out? Is that what it is?
Pretty much. And then they've been bringing back the groups for, a little bit, maybe 5 or 10 minutes of 11 on 11 work.
Okay.
Later on in the day. But, over the 2 hours of practice, you watch probably the first 15, 20 minutes. And then, like I said, another 5 or 10 minute window later on. And in the end, you're not getting the full picture, obviously, but you're getting something. And that's better than maybe what it's been in the past at certain points. But again, it's not like the Dolphins, right, where you can go out there and watch a whole bunch of it, and then you can't tweet anything about it, right? That's the rule with the Dolphins. You can't tweet anything live, but you can go back indoors and write which is what the writers do. They take a bunch of notes and they go back and they write. Look, in the end, I don't think there's anything we're going to see out there other than injuries that's going to catch the eye of a lot of the reporters out there. There really is no point. I don't, as much as I would like to get a view every now and then just to be able to say, hey, this is what I'm seeing. I don't know, man. Do you really want to stand out there for 2 hours in that hot sun while these guys are baking every single day of the week? I'm okay with the access we get.
Yeah, no, I don't, if there's some shade, I don't mind actually,
right.
Or what I used to do actually.
Well, the Dolphins are indoors. I mean, and they've also got shade for the media, right?
Yeah,
so I mean, it's kind of
they have shade. But when I was a beat guy, there was no shade, but I had access to the field. So
right. And the locker room, by the way,
the locker room. But what I used to do, because covering with Jimmy and with Wanstead, the back end of Wanstead, he got paranoid and then started limiting everything because the whole thing was going awry. But we had access to the whole fields. So what I used to do is I used to bring an umbrella.
That's smart, yeah.
And that was the way I used to watch practice. So and even if it rained, fine, I was covered, at least with the umbrella too at the same time, because either one could happen. Yeah. Obviously being out there, but yeah, I didn't mind as long as I had some as long as I had my umbrella, I was all right. I wasn't cooking, and to this day, I do thank Jimmy for giving us that kind of access, because that was actually really good, man. That made you a better reporter, being able to watch it just like that. That was actually really cool. Before I let you go, because we got to ask this now. First of all, the transfer portal. What are the deadlines? What are the windows? When does it close and when does it reopen again? Walk us through that rule first.
Well, for some reason, May 1st seems like a date in my mind that I think if you with certain conferences, and I don't know if it's just one sort of rule across the NCAA. I think it's per conference. They kind of have their own rules of when you can transfer in to another team.
All right, so what's ACC?
I'm not even sure, to be honest with you. Okay. I should know this stuff. I know this.
Yes, you should. Yes, you should.
I should know this stuff, but all of this to me is kind of, I don't know. I don't want to call it pointless, because I'm sure the rules in some way, shape, or form affect change, but
it can't be pointless, because at any moment, this is what I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
My follow-up was, okay, dude, I got to ask you about transfer portal every week. So until when do I stop asking you about transfer portals? Because
I think the fall,
that free agency window is always open for them. So if some disgruntled star in wherever, Nebraska, Texas, or Ohio State wants to come here, all of a sudden, Miami ends up getting themselves a hell of a player. So that's why I asked you. I was going to ask you: Is there anybody in the transfer portal, and until when do we have that window to do this kind of stuff?
Yeah, I think the ultimate deadline, the one that really matters, is 5 days after school starts, because there's a certain point where you can't register for classes in the fall. So that is to me the be all end all of when you can when things sort of get shut off, because once you get to a certain point, right, registration for classes where you can't register for classes anymore, that's when you can't play. So that to me is the real date. Everything else in between, dead period, not dead period, all of that to me is pointless, because as long as you can still sign up and transfer to a new school and enroll in classes at that university, then that's the real deadline.
All right. Well, Friday you get us the
I'll look it up for you. Yeah.
On that.
Yeah.
On that, and see what the because I would imagine that's what I was intrigued with, was how long do they have. And so then now now with the final follow-up question is, anybody out there in the transfer portal that they're talking to? Is there somebody you're hearing? What's the latest?
Well, Caleb Johnson, UCLA's one of the UCLA starting linebackers each of the last 2 seasons. He will be visiting here starting today, Tuesday. He was text messaging with him back and forth on Twitter, DMing, or whatever the kids call it nowadays. And so he told me he was going to be down here for that. I think things look good for Miami.
The one with the parents in the car? No, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
those were recruits. This is actually a player that's already in school.
Right. This is a college football. This is essentially a grad transfer. A guy who has 1 year left who can come here and be a starting linebacker for Miami out of UCLA. Caleb Johnson. The other kid that is drawing high interest is kid Mims out of Georgia, an offensive tackle, a former 5-star recruit.
I read that. Yes, I saw that.
He is another high-profile target. There's the Mesidor kid from West Virginia, who we've mentioned here before, the defensive tackle. I would venture to say those are the 3 primary targets that, when you look at what would, in a perfect world, Mario hits a home run, those are the 3 guys that he brings in, and they come in and play and have meaningful sort of contributions.
What is two offensive linemen, 1 D lineman?
No, one offensive tackle and Mims. Okay, they picked up Jonathan Dennis, by the way, over the weekend, a kid out of Oregon. That's an interior offensive lineman, a kid out of South Dade who went to Oregon. He's a former 4-star recruit. He's a new offensive guard that's on the team, that's going to be on the team. So he's the 8th overall transfer they've added. There's 3 more, I would say. Mesidor, who's a defensive tackle from West Virginia, defensive lineman. He could play inside or out. The Mims kid out of Georgia.
Right.
I don't know if he's going to be visiting here or not. I don't know where that sort of is in that process. And then the linebacker, Caleb Johnson out of UCLA. Those are the 3 that I would sort of call primary targets that I think Miami would definitely take.
Yeah, I like how he's beefing up those lines, baby.
Yep.
Beef up those lines.
Offensive line, front 7.
Yes. Got it. You got to dominate in that area. Like, all right, what are you working on in the Athletic now that you're healthy and ready to pump out 15 stories a day?
Yeah, well, we're finishing up the mock draft where I had to be in charge of the Jets. By the way, that was a fun assignment.
Nice.
Picking 4th and 10th for the Jets. I also had the first pick for the Jaguars, and then the 27th pick for the.
What'd you take at number 1?
Number 1, I went Ikwanu. I think offensive line is a big issue in Jacksonville. I know that they franchise tag that left tackle Cam Robinson. They got Jawan Taylor in the last year of his rookie deal. To me, Ikwanu is one of those can't miss offensive tackle prospects. He's going to be one of the best offensive linemen in the league probably for years to come.
And by the way, the DNs that I see, they're, I don't see a superstar at the end. So go get the tackle instead. I'm with you.
And for that reason, with the 4th pick for the Jets, I took Sauce Gardner, who I think at 6'3", 190 pounds,
kick and fly, man.
Elite cornerback. That's hard to land in this league. I know that Jets fans probably want that rush end, but I again, those guys, like you said, they aren't that special to me. I think Sauce Gardner is. I think he's Pro Bowl type, perennial Pro Bowl type cornerback, especially in the AFC East with all those great receivers now, right? That you got like Stephon Diggs and Mr. Tyreek Hill and Waddle. It makes sense for me for the Jets to go that way.
Now let's also be honest with the Jet fans while we're at it here. Hey, you guys are still going to suck. Just want you to know. So it doesn't matter who you draft. But go ahead, Manny. I just wanted to bring the Jet fans back to reality.
And I took Drake London with the 10th pick, the receiver out of USC. Such a big physical freak, a guy that put up huge numbers. I think he's, if they can't trade for a receiver, which I think they're still trying to do. I think they're still trying to get guy out of Seattle who's phenomenal.
DK Metcalf.
They're trying to get DK Metcalf, and they're also trying to get AJ Brown. They have those second-round picks. I'm assuming the Jets probably won't get that deal done. So
and they're not trading AJ Brown. If they trade AJ Brown, then Tannehill will throw 8 interceptions in a playoff game, not 3. I mean, come on,
right.
Bro.
And right now I'm on the Bucks pick, which I'm probably going to take D tackle because the 2 best offensive guards are off the board, and one of the 2 Georgia kids is still available at D tackle, so that's another position that would help the Bucks. So, but that's it. That's what I've done, man. It's been fun participating in that little process, and then different stories, man. Miami picked up this Frankie Tinelo kid, by the way, to recruit 2023, Australian, 6'5", 315. He's never played American football. He's coming to he's going to be in Miami going to high school at Immaculate LaSalle High School here in South Florida. And
Hialeah.
But he's a beast from what I've seen on tape of the kid. I watched him a little bit at this Under Armour camp. Australian born.
Wait a minute, and he's going to a school in Hialeah.
No, LaSalle.
LaSalle's over by 8th Street off of 120 something. That's right.
Not Hialeah, right? Not Hialeah.
I wasn't thinking. It's not LaSalle. What was I thinking of in Hialeah?
Champagnat.
Champagnat.
Yes. Where my esteemed friend Andre Fernandez of the Miami Herald was the valedictorian at Champagnat, by the way.
We used to play it. We used to play Champagnat back in the day we're talking about the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
Now, late 70s, late 70s, very early, maybe to 1980. And I was in a private school called South Florida Military Academy. And we used to play them in track or volleyball or chess. So they were like in our district of schools that we would play, because there was only a couple of schools, and Champagnat at that time was just like a little Cuban private school at that time, back in those days.
And then they turned
early days of Champagnat. This is when Inter-American was on Northwest 7th Street.
Woo, back in the day.
They were in our mix also. Okay.
Yeah. Well, Champagnat became a state championship winning football team after they added football. So they won a couple state championships. So
they moved away from that little piece of land that they had close to Hialeah racetrack.
Mm-hmm. I've been to the new.
Right, you remember? But did you ever go to the original one? That was just like a little.
I don't think I ever. I don't.
House that they like a giant building, office building that they just converted into a school. Not giant. I'm talking about like two floors, like
right,
just an oversized house that they made. Into a school, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they had like a parking lot that they made into a basketball court. That was the PE. That's all they had was volleyball and basketball. I remember.
The good old days.
Oh yeah. Those were the days. No doubt about it. All right, man. I appreciate you as always. We will catch up on Friday, and you'll do your homework for us on Friday.
I'll do my homework, bro. I still don't think it's gonna matter because somehow, some way, these coaches are landing players every day. But I'll get the answer.
It's gotta there's got to be some cutoff date where the conference says I think it's over. You can. I don't know what it is, but that's why.
I think it's interconference. I think if you change schools within the conference, there's a cutoff date. I don't think it pertains to anybody finding a new school. I think at any point, like I said, up until 5 days after school starts, you can still enroll at another university. So
I got you. All right. Good stuff. Follow him on Twitter at Manny_Navarro, and make sure you subscribe to The Athletic right now, man. Really, really cheap.
$1.
Baby. Yeah, even Jeffrey Loria finds it affordable.
Yes, he does.
All right, Manny.
All right, brother.
Catch you later in the week. Be good.
I'll see you, man. Bye.
There you go. The great Manny Navarro.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
All right, we back. Hope you all are doing well. Sloman's, by the way, Sloman's Home Security, a proud sponsor of our program. We love talking about Sloman's. We talk about Sloman's every single day. Jason, Zach, Jordan, Chris, all the amazing people that we deal with over at Sloman's. We're just absolutely fantastic. And all you got to do is pick up the phone and dial 1-800-ALARM-ME, and you can protect your family, your business, your pets like we do. We got to watch our dogs, man. I even got a camera inside the home to check out the dogs. But right now, we're going to give you a free doorbell camera. Yeah, the first 40 Big O listeners right now, 1-800-ALARM-ME. The operators are waiting for your call right now. Do what Sean Stanley has done in his home. Do what I've done in my home, and that is protect your family with the Sloman Shield. Remember, we're in 14 different states, so this is not just a Florida thing, just because we originate from Florida, but remember, this is a worldwide show, all right? So those of us that live here in the United States, call Sloman's. They could be in your state, and you can be protected by the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME. And what you're going to love is this doorbell camera connects directly to your smartphone. So does all the other cameras. But when somebody's at the door, you're going to know. Package, delivery, you name it. Maybe somebody you don't even want to talk to. You don't have to go to the door because you already know who's at the door. Call right now, 1-800-ALARM-ME. And not only does it connect to your smartphone, but when you use our customized home security system and the professional installation with our low-cost central station monitoring, you're going to get an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3 arm doors, and a backup battery. That's all you need, baby, and you're going to feel safe and secure and always in tune with everything going on in your home. 1-800-ALARM-ME. You want that free doorbell camera? You want to protect your family? Get it. Sloman's. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Love my Sloman Shield. We need a road alarmo now. We got to get an alarmo on the road. I got to call the guys and see if we can get another alarmo so we can put it here for the road, Mike. I feel kind of naked without alarmo here hanging out with me, bro. Protecting me. By the way, we need 5 alarmos for Tua this year. We get 5 alarmos, we're going to the Super Bowl and winning it all. The Sloman Shield will carry us to the title. That's what it's all about, baby. I want to thank my wife for making this honey and lime. Well, she deserves an award for this, bro.
No, I thought you had won an award or something. I didn't know what happened. You going into a thank you speech going on.
I need it, man. Yes, Omar is today at 12:15. Okay. He will be on with us. Let's take a really quick break. Let's start off hour number 3. Omar Kelly will join us in a few minutes at 12:15. Back with more right here on the Big O Radio Show, live from Caneswear here in Davie.
With more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes, Welton Rayom is committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. They handle complex personal injury claims caused by the fault of another in both state and federal courts. They handle auto, trucking, motorcycle, slip and fall, and bicycle accidents. Call 954-966-4646. That's 954-966-4646. Welton Rayom can help. Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to flpdjobs.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
There we go. We're back, baby. It's hour number 3 coming to you live from Caneswear. Yes, sir. Caneswear out here at 2611 South University Drive in Davie. My man, Danny Perez, Officer Danny Perez from the Davie Police, coming on by to say hi. Always appreciate the police officers that come on by to say hi. Always appreciate them and everything that they do for our community. I am a big believer in our police officers, and I truly believe most of them are good people. We just got to weed out the bad, which we all know there's bad cops and bad teachers and bad judges and bad sports broadcasters and, you know, all kinds of bad people out there. And you just got to kind of weed it out of everything in life.
You know what I'm saying? But overall, I do believe our police officers are freaking awesome and really do an incredible service for our communities. If you want to get in on the Welton Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the program, we're going to have Omar Kelly on in a couple minutes at 12:15. Omar Kelly, in his I Am Athlete show, he had on Jalen Waddle. Can you pull that up for me, Sean? And so we had this controversy about this time last year, actually. And Jalen Waddle coming out and getting prepared for the draft and was asked about, Mac Jones, and he talked up Mac Jones. And people thought that he was dissing Tua, because obviously this is what we're in, into the whole dissing of Tua thing. And a lot of people took it that way. And Waddle really never meant that. And so Omar did a really good job in following up on it. And Waddle, to his credit, knew it was coming. But he, in a way, was looking forward to answering this question. And I remember tackling this subject last year. And I said as much what he's about to say. And let's play the cut for you with Omar. By the way, is he drinking milk? Oh, that's what it is. It's a white coffee cup. Okay, all right, because that's like, I mean, I would have killed him at 12:15 when he comes on, if he's drinking milk. You know what I'm saying? Kind of that.
He's sipping the tea.
Yeah. Okay, that's true. That's right. They do mention it. All right, let's play the cut. Here's Omar asking Waddle what a lot of people wanted to ask him.
In college, you actually said that you thought Mac Jones was.
I knew this was coming.
Really?
I knew this was coming.
Nah, I always defended you by saying that's what you gotta say.
Right.
Because you coming out with it.
But I had to put my teeth down. I look at it like, all right, Tua's already been drafted. If I can say something to help someone get to where Tua at, why wouldn't I say it? Tua already. They was killing me about that.
In college.
All right, so and that's what I thought he was doing, is he's coming out with the kid. Tua's already in the NFL. There's no need to talk up Tua. That would only be slamming Mac Jones. But everybody that dislikes Tua, does not believe in Tua, however it is you want to be labeled, a Tua disbeliever, whatever it is, those people were ready to pounce and say, oh, no, he's taking a shot at Tua. And from looking at Waddle, he just doesn't look like a malicious kid. And to me, he was doing the right thing. You're coming out now with Mac, talk Mac up, bro. Tua's already in the league. He's already going to get an opportunity to start for somebody. Mac Jones is still trying to get drafted and be somebody's starter. So I thought that he was doing the professional thing at an amateur level by backing his guy up, that they're both coming out of college together. And that's exactly what he said. And by the way, listen, I'm not going to start taking notes on who said what back then, because I'm not even tracking it and I don't remember exactly. But there were media members that took it as a shot. And there were plenty of fans that thought it was Waddle taking a shot at Tua. And it was a subject that we had to talk about on the show for a week or two. But what he was doing the right thing, which is back up the guy that's not in the league yet. And I give him credit for that. Waddle's a good kid, man. The more you get exposed to Jalen Waddle, the more he's likable. You know what I mean? He's likable. He's cool. He's tough. He's dedicated. I mean, that guy came in limping and never complained. and the season for him got better as he got healthier. And I just got nothing but admiration for that young man and the way he's handled himself. I really like Jalen Waddle. What else do we have? Let's see here. My daughter's mom and I are rivals. I'm at Canes and she's FSU, and I'm trying to lure my daughter to the U. LOL. I think I have to go to Caneswear and get her some gear for her birthday. I think so. You get her some really stylish gear here at Caneswear, right? Stuff that makes her look like really sharp and cool. And then that's how you get her like to fall in love with it. That's the way you do it, bro. You know what I saw the other day? No, not the other day. It was last night or 2 nights ago. I saw it like on a social media post. They're selling this thing now. It's like a small jumbotron that you hang in your sports room, and it has 4 screens. And they're like maybe like 25-inch screens. So it's not like it's not like a regular sized jumbotron, but it's actually like super cool. I go, man, I gotta get that thing. I saw it and I go, man, that is something I gotta have. Put that in the sports room. Maybe even put it in the studio. That's what I was thinking. Maybe I can put the jumbotron in the studio. That would be actually kind of cool. Oh man, that would be kind of cool. Yeah, raise and lower it. Yeah, because the studio is set up where it has seats for a producer and the host, obviously. And Bill did a lot of that when he was there with me, and I'm sure eventually Sean will probably do some shows with me over in that studio eventually. Someday we'll have to do it for some reason, or something will happen, I'm sure, and Sean will be with me over at the house doing it in the studio. Who knows? But yeah, I saw that and I thought it was one of the coolest things out there, man. What an awesome thing to add for like a bar or a sports room or something like that. I thought it was really badass, man. All right, our man Omar is ready. All right, let's get ready to talk a little Miami Dolphins football with Omar Kelly and our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show is home for the hardcore Dolphins fan. That's why we give you Omar Kelly twice a week. Buckle up. It's time for the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show.
We're back, and there he is, Omar Kelly. How you feeling, baby? You feeling good?
Very good. How are you?
Very good. Can't complain. People were complaining about the way you were dressed on I Am Athlete. I thought you looked sharp, dude.
What was wrong with the way I was dressed? I mean,
nothing whatsoever.
It's a very trendy show.
Very hip. You look good, bro. Look good.
I appreciate that. I was wearing a Biggie shirt. It's kind of hard to keep up with athletes in their wardrobe, but I do my best. Professional athletes.
That's a whole different stratosphere.
I like when I do tapings with them, I have to worry about, am I on brand? Am I on trend? And it's like
you look good.
Their clothing budget's a lot higher than mine. So
slightly.
I apologize for my Target Tupac and Biggie shirts.
I'm telling you, you were fine, bro. You look good. It was just there were a couple people. No, actually it was one. And it was like, why? What's wrong with what he's got on? He looks good. It looks hip. Looks normal.
Yeah.
Hell, I grew up with plenty of friends of mine that wore concert shirts and a flannel shirt over, which is yours wasn't flannel, but it was a different type of shirt. But it's like that's something that's a style that's been around forever, dude.
Yeah,
it's like that.
For those who did not listen to that I Am Athlete interview, it was a great opportunity to sit down with Jalen Waddle and Jamar Chase. And Waddle, because during this era of Zoom and social distancing because of COVID, we haven't been in the locker room. I hear the locker room is going to open back up this year.
Thank God.
And as somebody who's been in the locker room, you know what that's like in terms of developing relationships and getting to know the true personality of a player and figuring out what the true dynamics of the team are. So it's been a challenge. And Waddle is probably the first player that I've really spent time with. I've spent time with a couple of other guys, but first player in a while that I've spent more than 10 minutes with and just got to know his personality. And he's everything he seems, he everything he's supposed to be. Smile is infectious. It's just, and he gives away a lot of things with his smile and nervous energy.
Yeah, no, we had this discussion before about Waddle. I love the kid. You can tell he's just a good dude, bro.
Yeah.
And one of the things we brought up was the question you brought to him, which when that happened, I didn't use it as a negative either. Actually, I used it as he's being professional. He's helping his teammate out, which is what he's supposed to do. And so we played that soundbite of you asking Waddle right before you came on here about love for Mac, but people kind of took it as a diss for Tua, and he was actually locked and loaded and ready for that.
Yeah, what was funny? You could tell he's socially aware. Like he knew who I was, and he's socially aware of what people say about him because it's some of the stuff that I brought up. About things that I had always been like bothering me that I never really got a chance to address. The one incident was when he became viral for when he was drafted and he gets up and he just like walks off and doesn't greet his family and everybody
that was edited. That was a retake.
No. He explained that he had already known he had been selected and what gone through the process with the family, and that was just for TV. So he already celebrated with his family and everything. So when he was selected, it was just like he just got up and walked off. But think about it, that was what the nation saw. It's like my family's here celebrating my moment. I'm just getting up and leaving.
I remember the follow-up to that story, and I saw an interview where he told everybody that was kind of the second take that we saw was already the celebration had happened and all that. And so then it looked good. What was the other thing that
he said he knew that he had been selected?
Yeah.
Right after by the Dolphins, right after Chase Jamar.
Wait a minute. There we go. You're back now.
Okay. Yeah, okay. He said he knew he had been selected when Jamar Chase had been selected at 3. Mm-hmm. So we had to wait for from 3 to 6 to for that moment. So he was ready to get it going.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he was.
And the Mac Jones, he explained that. I knew that was the answer. Tua's already in the draft. You're trying to benefit a guy and help his draft stock. I don't think there's a single teammate who would still pick, even though Mac Jones was a Pro Bowler, I don't think there's a single Alabama teammate who would still pick Mac Jones over Tua. Like, not one.
No, of course not, man. Of course they'd pick Tua.
I don't even believe they're Patriots players who would pick Mac Jones over Tua.
Yeah. No, I'm sure of that. But again, because unfortunately Tua has kind of become that lightning rod. Not his fault and not his doing either.
Yeah.
Because LeBron makes himself a lightning rod. You know, certain athletes, Aaron Rodgers, he makes himself a lightning rod.
And this is what I don't understand.
Tua does not do anything like those guys.
And I've said this a couple of times, and I think people are like shooting the messenger because they don't like the message. But if you hear me out, I believe that the national media is making Tua their new Baker Mayfield, their new quarterback punching bag. And I understand Baker's moxie and personality.
But Baker made himself what Aaron Rodgers and LeBron James. They are controversial figures in their own right, and they're soured in many controversies.
Yeah, Tua is not
at all.
I feel like the national media, and I think it has a lot to do with Tuanon, who you are a board of trustees member. You know, there is just this visceral negativity, and we can't wait to see him fail. We can't wait to say, "Told you so," from the national media about Tua, and that's what
sparks us Tuanons to say, "Hey, F you, bro. Give the kid a break."
Now he's got weapons. He's got no excuses. Yeah, right. He's got weapons. He's got no excuses. He needs to be a top 5 quarterback right now. Like, huh? Like what? Wait a minute, huh?
But I know the bullshit that's coming when he has success, and he will. They're all going to say, "Well, of course he's succeeding
because they gave him Tyreek Hill and look at the line and
coach, and he's got Tyreek Hill, and he's got a running game, and you know, it's like it's the same thing Kirk Cousins and Tannehill have. Yes, I understand. It's the same thing that Matthew Stafford has. Now we'll see who goes farther.
No, it really, if you watch it and I know I'm kicked out of Tuanon and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, but that's right. Damn it, you're off the bandwagon.
Yes. I don't want to be in Tuanon. If you pay attention close enough, there isn't a quarterback the national media wants to see fail more than Tua.
Yes,
and I
don't
about
that.
And I now that Baker Mayfield has been dislodged, it's now Tua's gonna fail. Like we're waiting to see him fail. Like Tua can start the season 7-0. And then he could lose 3 straight games, and they say, "Told you so." Look, and if he deserved that, I would say, okay, fair, fine. Baker Mayfield kind of deserved what was coming his way.
Yeah, Baker
even though those State Farm commercials are
it's progressive, by the way. His commercials are excellent, but he was a dick with Duke Johnson, and he was a dick with many other things that he did, and he put himself in a position to be disliked. That's that's the part I don't like about Tua. He's never done a damn thing to anybody, bro. He doesn't go after anybody. He doesn't bother anybody. All he does is play football. He's a damn good dude. And I don't know where he gets all this negativity, bro.
I don't either. And and it's very uncomfortable. And it's also like people don't like Tua. And I don't understand why, because he's a very likable guy. And he's a very charismatic guy, and he's been very he's closed off to the media because he's a very guarded player. But
so by the way, so is Dan Marino.
Yeah, and took Tannehill.
Jason Taylor.
I covered Tannehill for 7 years and had one-on-one conversation with Tannehill. Right. One in 7 years, and I've had
you and I had the same amount of one-on-ones with Tannehill, and you covered the team. I got him in the Super Bowl. Actually, I did a one-on-one with him at the Super Bowl.
Wow! Super Bowl. Oh wow! Super Bowl. Wow.
Yeah, it was I was in Dallas. It was a Super Bowl week in Dallas a few years back, I don't know, 10 years back, 8 years back, whatever the hell it was.
He was a young player.
he was a young player, and we got him. He was there representing
Super Bowl road. Nobody wanted to talk to him but his local people. But yeah,
I guess so. Yeah. But I got lucky because their people didn't know me, so they didn't know that I wasn't a Tannehill guy.
Yeah, no. Listen, it is. I haven't had. I missed like going out and watching him work, and obviously interacting with him the week I had COVID. And maybe it'll happen.
Thank God, stay away from our QB1 with that stuff.
Maybe it'll happen again. Maybe it won't. I'm not pressing it. I don't care one way or the other because the way
what are you talking about? The COVID? It'll happen again? Stay away from your quarterback.
No, interacting, getting to
I'm busting your balls.
To spend time and get to know him a little bit more because I can honestly tell you I don't have a clue outside of what the media wants what his handlers want you to know about Tua. I really don't know much, and every quarterback's got handlers, so it is what it is.
Yeah. I'm actually trying to find the picture of me and Tannehill at the Super Bowl because I know I have it still somewhere there. Well, I'm fat now. I was like if I remember correctly, that picture, my head is as big as any air balloon that's ever been in the air. Seriously.
Did you still have the big hair?
Yeah. I had the long hair, but man, I was fat as hell. I think I was at 3 bills at that point. Yeah. I was really, really fat. I remember the picture because even now I look at it and I go, damn, because I'm fat.
I could not believe you were at 3 bills, bro.
Oh yeah, I was 3 bills, like 295 or whatever. This was like right before. This is as my arteries were closing up, and I was a couple years after in the hospital, almost dead, basically. But yeah, that's what it is. All right, so a lot of people took the comments, and I didn't take it as a shot to Flo because again, I don't believe
comments.
Well, you know what? Maybe Omar has not seen them at the luau. Load it up there, Sean, so we can play it for Omar so he can hear and see the comments, and we can play them for you.
Comments?
Tua
really?
talking. Yeah, he said he had never. He was happy that he had his coordinator here, his quarterback's coach, his head coach. That's never happened. And so right away, people kind of took it as a shot at Flo, but he really didn't have this luau last year. And
to be able to have.
Here we go. Go ahead. And let's bring it up for Omar so he can see it. Here we go, Omar. Locked and loaded. Go for it, Sean. Hit it. Come on, Sean. How you doing, man? Let's go. Good.
To be able to have our OC, my quarterback's coach, our head coach here in support of this. To me, I've never witnessed that. So
there you go. Now, Saban probably never went to the stuff he did in Alabama.
No, Saban participated in his luau. When he shrugs his shoulders, it's a major tell that he's just like, yeah, I shouldn't say.
You sure Saban went?
I believe I've seen a video of Saban at a luau thing of Tua.
Sure, no, okay.
No, right. I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure.
Don't start it up now because now if you say that now that changes my point of view now.
It's that's clear. You could tell. Everybody has tells, and when Tua starts to shrug his shoulders, he's saying things that he knows he shouldn't say, but he's like, "Oh, bleep it anyway." So yeah, he was making it. I don't know what the question was. It could have been a leading question, like, "What's it like to have your coaches here in support of you?" And so maybe that's not something that he would have said if he was just talking about the event or whatever, whatnot. But yeah, that was a shot. Like,
so you think it is? Well, and listen, if Saban did go, because
I believe I've seen Saban at a luau like event for Tua, for Tua's chat. I think he has it in Alabama. Not here in Miami. He's had one in Alabama, so I believe I've seen Saban there. Listen, Tua is as stand up as it gets. They do. This is why we're not going to hear from Tua probably this whole offseason until they absolutely have to give him to us, because everybody's going to ask him to address the frosty relationship that he had with Brian Flores. And he clearly wants to avoid having to address it. Even Jalen Waddle wanted to avoid it. Like, it was very clear and apparent that these individuals did not like each other. I don't know why, and how it became frosty, but
what did you ask? What did you ask Waddle about Saban? Because I haven't seen the show.
No, not Waddle. Saban.
Okay, I'm just wondering if you, of Flo, if you asked Waddle anything.
Yeah, I asked him about the relationship, and he basically was just like, I don't want to speak for Tua, and but the one thing he said was that Tua, and this is something that I never really heard.
But you know what's going to happen, right? They're going to tell you, hey guys, it's a new year, we're moving forward.
Yeah, you know what?
Past. He's going to shut that down. He's going to shut it right down on you guys.
It don't matter. It don't matter.
But you know it's coming, right? I mean, I
don't care. It depends on the setting that you get him in, which is why I definitely want to get him in on the I Am Athlete setting. I think that would be.
You're not going to get him there.
How do you know?
You're not going to get him there. No.
Listen, you never know. You never know what can happen.
I think the only way you get him in a setting like what you're talking about, you have to have one hell of a relationship with that man in order to do something like that, because this dude is like Tebow and Tiger and.
No, he's not. He's not even on that level. But
yeah, he is like reserve.
He's not a Tebow Tiger level. He's not.
By the way, Tua's upcoming event will also benefit the Boys and Girls Club of West Alabama, as well as Nick's kids. Nick Saban is the honorary chairman of Tua's event committee. So there you go. So it was a dual thing: Nick's kids and Tua working together.
They've done charity events together.
So it's definitely
the one thing about
shots at Flo. All right, let's go.
Nobody cares. Move on. Let's
talk
move on.
about you. Meanwhile, you want to find out more about Flo. What do you mean nobody cares? And meanwhile, you want to
no. What I want to find out is what, and this is a legitimate question. Where did the relationship sour with Flores? Like
the draft.
No,
he didn't want him in the draft.
They used to have one-on-one meetings, even when he wasn't the starting quarterback. Get to know you, bond, blah blah blah. Flores spent the next year catering to Tua, getting him his 7-on-7 coach, and promoting Godsey, who he worked well with last season. Trust me, there was a lot of catering. There was a lot of catering to Tua. It just went left. I don't know where it went left. I don't think anybody's really being honest about the whole situation. Like, Flores is like, well, you coach players hard, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, but it bores from not wanting him. That's what it is. It's kind of like, the guy and the girl have sex, they have a kid, and then one of them doesn't want the kid. The other one wants the kid, they have the kid, and then there's resentment the entire time. And Flo had resentment. He wanted an abortion, and he didn't get an abortion. He didn't abort the Tua. And so because the Tua was not aborted, he held it against Tua the entire time.
Well, that theory is fair and probably has a little bit of validity to it, especially in the Deshaun Watson pursuit. And hindsight is 2020. They should have executed Deshaun Watson trade at the trade deadline. They would have been a better off franchise if they had done so. But
that's if you don't believe in Tua.
I'm sorry. One is an NFL elite quarterback now. one maybe can become elite.
No, we understand you have no faith that he'll be
one is an NFL elite. One is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL right now.
Those of us in Tuanon have faith that he will be a franchise quarterback.
Fair,
but it's all right. It's all right. Those of you out there,
which is why I can't be in Tuanon. I believe that he's going to be good.
Don't believe in him at all.
Define franchise quarterback. Define franchise quarterback.
A guy that can take you and win the Super Bowl.
Is Ryan Tannehill a franchise quarterback for the Tennessee Titans?
I said he never was and never will be.
Is Jimmy Garoppolo a franchise quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers?
I thought he was, and he can't make that one throw every time in the game. So
is Derek Carr a franchise quarterback for the Los?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Hell yeah. He's a franchise quarterback.
No, we know Matt Stafford's a franchise quarterback. I'm trying to is Dak Prescott a franchise quarterback?
Yeah. Yeah, I like Dak Prescott. I know he has to get over.
I'm trying to find where the line is for this.
I like Dak Prescott. I like Dak Prescott. I think he's good enough to be called the franchise quarterback. Yes. Now I will say this: he has to do a better job of getting over. This year was a little bit of a stain on him. He has to do a little better, but I know he was also injured too. 2 back-to-back injuries for him, so that kind of hurt him as a quarterback. But
is Lamar Jackson a franchise quarterback?
No. Nope. He proves it every year in the playoffs. Once they make him pass, that's where, he doesn't collect. He doesn't go by go and doesn't collect the 200. He stays in jail.
I think that I don't know if Tua can be a franchise quarterback. I hope he can. But that franchise, to me, what my definition is you got to get to Derek Carr level. If you're at Derek Carr level, okay, you're a franchise quarterback. And he's got to get there.
With that. I get that he hasn't gotten there yet. That's fine. I can live with that. But I'm not the guy that says he's not going to be the guy. Let me go trade for somebody else. I believe if you do what you just did, because that's what I was saying the entire time, go get a coaching staff.
Do what you just did in 2021 for Tua?
Yeah. No, do what you just did now in 2022.
Oh,
in 2021, I was saying do this, and they just did what I wanted them to do. So now the ball's in Tua's court to prove that I'm right.
So now you just turned him into Baker Mayfield again. You just ended that whole.
No, he's a real.
Everybody gets on him now, and I don't think that that's fair. I really don't think that that's fair. I hate that everybody's
it is on him now, bro, because if the line is fixed. And you are running the ball and you are coaching up the right way, the offense, then Tua has to have success.
And the defense remains a top 10. The defense is a top 10 unit.
No, Omar. If the offense is better, the defense will be better already.
Okay, but they still got to be a top 10 unit. Because if this defense is the 20th best defense in the NFL, I don't care how good the offense is.
There's no way your offense is better and the defense gets worse.
There's way. There's way. Way.
Yeah. If X gets injured and Byron Jones
there's a ton of ways.
And Jalen Phillips gets injured. Yeah, of course there's a way.
There's a ton of ways.
What I'm saying is it's a proven defense the last 2 years. It's a good defense. It's a good scheme.
Proven? Last year? Proven?
Yeah, it's a good scheme. Overall, if you
good scheme run by Brian Flores.
Can I finish a second?
Good scheme run. Good scheme run by Brian Flores.
Well, listen, no. Actually run by the team, not for Brian Flores, because the second half he wasn't talking to his team and his coaches, were winning the team.
Don't do that.
And they did better actually without him talking to his team.
No, he was talking. Don't do that. He was talking.
I'm just going by the facts. He wasn't even communicating with his team, and they were winning in the second half of the season.
That's not true.
I'm just saying.
That's
the first half, the guru was playing, the linebacker at middle linebacker when he should be playing him at outside. He was playing, like that rookie defensive end.
Oh,
in coverage.
You're taking Flores. You're crediting Flores for everything that he did. You're taking away credit for everything that Flores did. Those changes.
No, I'm bearing Flores for what he did by making Jalen Phillips in coverage and putting what's it called? The linebacker at middle, Baker.
Jerome Baker.
His
coaches, his defensive coordinator, who remains a defensive coordinator, those are their master plans and their master ideologies.
That's because Flo told you that. That's not true.
No, and Flores was like,
Flo lied
that.
to you about that. That's not true.
No. I disagree with you. That is true. I've had that from way too many people.
Where'd you get that? In the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette?
Don't do that. Don't do that. You already got people thinking I'm going to Pittsburgh. I'm not going to Pittsburgh. Listen, you're just taking away when the changes made were changes made by Flores when he took more control over the defense to get them back to the point where they were last season when he was more heavy-handed, and then he got back to being heavy-handed.
How much did he pay you for this? Damn.
No, bro, I don't do that. I don't pick favorites. I don't literally. I do my reporting and I stand on my reporting.
I saw the pre-editing of I Am Athlete and I saw the peace pipe before, okay?
This is one of those rare opportunities where I will tell the fan base, you were right and I was wrong, because the fan base kept saying, Flores is doing this. Flores is called in defense. Flores is this and that. And then we went to them and we were like, is this happening? And they were like, no.
So he lies to you all the time, and then you want to believe him when he tells you this. And he still has lied from the entire time. He will not tell people that he didn't want Tua from the get-go. And that's what he should say. Instead, he lies
I would love
and all that. He's such a phony. It's not even.
No, I will say Flores is a lot of things. Phony is not one of them. Phony is not one of them. Flores is a lot of things.
But if you don't admit that you didn't want Tua, then you're a phony.
Does Joe Philbin have to admit he wanted Derek Carr instead of Ryan Tannehill?
No, but Flo's the one that says he loves Tua and all this and talks about.
I don't know if he ever said I love Tua.
He whatever, likes him, whatever, enjoyed coaching him, worked well with him, get along.
I'm sorry. I don't believe.
He said he got along with him. Come on.
I do not believe your proposed theory, because I know Chris Greer, and if Brian Flores says, I want Justin Herbert, you know who's the starting quarterback of the Miami Dolphins? It's Justin Herbert. And you damn well know it too. You damn well know it. You know that Chris Greer would give him what he wanted. That is Chris Greer's MO.
Well, but I think in this case, I think he wanted somebody else and they went with Tua.
Okay, don't say somebody else, because there were two quarterbacks there. You got to pick the best of the two quarterbacks. You chose Tua.
He didn't want either one of those guys.
Who the hell did he want then?
That's for me to know and you to find out.
Okay, this is.
I told you during the season, right? Didn't I tell you?
This is absolutely
go check out. He's running roughshod through the building all throughout the year. I told you that he was raising hell in that building. Okay. Go find out who he wanted. I mean, you smoked a peace pipe with him. Tell him to tell you for real who he really wanted at quarterback. He won't tell you because he's embarrassed to tell you. He's embarrassed to say in public who he really wanted at quarterback. That's why. That's why Joe Philbin can say Derek Carr.
Wow. You listen.
Okay? That's all I'm going to say.
Listen.
That's more than I've said already. I've never even intimated this much already as it is. And I won't say anything.
Because you were right initially, I'm going to look into that. But I don't believe it.
Right about what? Right about that he was running roughshod, or right that he was going to get fired? Which one was it?
No, you were not. You did not say he was going to get fired. You were saying he was running roughshod, and you said
Sean, I didn't say he was going to get fired. I don't know. We can. There's lots of.
You're going to say you said he was eventually going to get fired, not when he got fired.
You know how many times in our specific interviews I would tell you at the end, and you'll see he'll get fired. I'll stop that. You always said that every time.
No. You said he'll eventually get fired.
He eventually got fired.
He should be fired. He should be. You said he should be fired.
Yeah, no, not only did I say he should be fired,
but
he
you
will
did
be
not
fired.
say he's going to be fired. Nobody saw that coming, except for maybe him. Nobody saw that coming.
I asked the listeners. I said it a lot. I didn't say it just once. I said it a lot.
You said he should be fired.
No, I said. Well, I said watch him get fired. I've said that too. Many times.
When he was
I think I intimated. You know how many Dolphin fans were pissed at me in the middle of a winning streak? I'm saying that he's got to get fired.
Yes, you did say that. You did say that. But listen, that we're talking the final month of the season after the turnaround that they had done, after they gotten themselves back in the playoff hunt before Tennessee. You weren't saying he's going to be fired. No, he had saved himself. He had.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to put Sean to work here to go find some sound bites. So what is it? Tank McBride says, I do remember Big O say they will fire Flo. He did say that he was going to get fired. Big O said he will be fired. This is the chat board. This is the chat board.
Will be fired next season, after 2022. Will be fired at the end of 2021.
I structured it all kinds of ways. I said he'll get fired. I said, watch.
Yeah. You never wavered on he'll be fired. Yes, because you had no confidence that he could fix the offense.
And by the way, I never wavered that he was raising hell in the building. I never wavered that. I told you that. I told you. I told Alan. All the guys who come on. Raising hell in that building. Huh?
I still disagree with the raising hell in that building. He's still got a lot of fans in that building. His issue was not how he was treating people in that building. His issue was he was insubordinate. That's why he got fired.
That's called raising hell, bro. I should know. I've done a little raising hell myself, so I know what raising hell.
No, you have a history of being insubordinate.
Yeah.
Never would have known.
Yeah,
Never.
I have quite a bit of that. When I see incompetence, I just have a tendency of telling my boss, "You're incompetent." That's my problem, unfortunately. I remember at one radio station that I was at with Sean, I told that guy many times how incompetent he was. Yeah, that's that happens. That happens sometimes. But when you're confident in what you can do, sometimes you can be a little bit more ballsy than others, I guess.
I totally understand where you're coming from.
That's why I wasn't necessarily as nervous as most of the people that I would work with in radio overall. All right. So when you look at the whole McDaniel thing, he has set the foundation at least now for him to have, if he's going to have success, if he's going to be a good coach. No, overall for the team, for himself. I think he's done a really good job of actually setting the landscape overall so he can start to do the football stuff. You know what I'm saying?
That's not McDaniel. That's Greer. Like, I don't understand.
I'm talking about the communication. I'm talking about the luau. I'm talking about, how he has been a person that is connected with his players. And that's what
but that's
the luau stuff. Again, he did things that normal coaches would never do.
Oh, okay. That's fair. Yeah, but let's not sit here and act like Flo wouldn't show up to a charity event that the Dolphins are hosting for Tua in their backyard as a team.
Maybe.
Like, Flo would show up.
Now he's not going to do the warrior chant.
No, he ain't going to do no warrior chant. But yeah. But that's the thing about Mike McDaniel. He's not afraid to make fun of himself. He's not afraid to look foolish. It's very interesting, and I'm the first to tell you I've spent time with him. I've gotten to know him. I know people who know him. He's not what he seems. In turn, you look at him and you think he's this dorky football coach, and it's not that. It's not. He's very swaggy. He's very cool. He comes across that way. particularly to his players.
I think he's just smart. I think he's just the guy that, you know, I think a player might lose it on him, right? And then a traditional coach will then lose it on the player and start. And Mike is probably the guy that is going to go, okay, man, I understand where you're coming from. No problem. All right. Appreciate you. And then he'll walk away and he'll say, yeah, go cut that guy. Get rid of him.
Nah, I disagree with that.
I don't think he's going to be the
and not every
guy.
Coach, Gase would never lose it on a player. That's
I'm not talking about Gase. I just think that he's the guy that's going to be more on the cerebral side than on the, trying to, bash you to death and motivate you by insulting you or all those kind of things.
I don't know many coaches that try to motivate people by insulting them. I know people like, I don't think Flores was like that. Now, would he be abusive? Yes, but I don't think.
Yeah, that's.
Let's not pretend like
it's not.
But,
you're right. It's not like everybody's Urban Meyer and they're kicking players and threatening them. Yeah, you're right about that.
Like you can't coach like that in the NFL or college anymore. You just can't. Even Flo, say whatever you want, but Flo had a strong hold on his locker room, even though there were guys who did not like him. I know players who personally did not like him, but when he was fired, they were upset. It wasn't a situation where, oh, finally we get a new coach. They were like, yo, like, I didn't like the dude, but he was still a good coach. So, it's not fair to say that, oh, everybody. I don't think, and McDaniels has addressed that. You can't reach this generation of players that way. This fire and brimstone coaching and yelling and whatever, players will tune you out immediately.
Yep. It's going to be interesting to see how he handles everything throughout the year and the ups and downs. All right, what are you working on the Sun Sentinel or the Pittsburgh Post Gazette so folks can check you out?
I'm not working for the Pittsburgh Post Gazette because you really have people believing I'm leaving and going to Pittsburgh. Just so you know.
Well, hey, listen, bro, you and Flo. I mean,
it's
an unbreakable bond.
Sadly, it's the way that people work in information passes these days. It's like people hear something from somebody who heard something from somebody, that's it. It's the gospel.
That's it. It's fact.
And just know, by the way, you're the only person who I've said I've had COVID to. So people are like, oh, where have you been for the last week and a half? I don't even respond. I'm like, if you didn't listen to the Big O Show, you don't know.
Right.
But I'm doing I'm deep into draft right now, and I'm deep into my draft studies and positional breakdowns. It's hard with where the Dolphins are selecting, but
I see you also screwing with Dolphin fans. Should they trade back into the first round?
No, I'm sorry.
Your headline guy screws with people by putting, should they trade back into the first round?
Headline guy.
I know. And then they put the picture. That's why I said headline guy. And they put the picture of the quarterback.
I didn't even make that connection.
I know you don't do any of the headlines and the pictures. Most
No. I actually do
people
the
don't understand that, by the way. They think you created the picture.
Yes, we do the picture. We don't do the headline. And it's funny that I never even connected the dots till you said it. Unfortunately, my mock drafts.
I saw that and I said, this is why he's off the Tua bandwagon. He keeps
stop. My mock drafts usually do ridiculous numbers. When I say ridiculous numbers, I mean in the millions. And unfortunately, because the Dolphins do not have any first round picks, that's a crap load of traffic we shall lose.
Right.
And trying to get people excited about a mock draft that Dolphins aren't participating in. But people got to understand.
So instead of getting excited, you piss them off, right?
Yeah.
Let's trade back into the first round and let's go get this quarterback.
No, my second mock draft, I will trade back into the first round for the Dolphins, just so you know.
And
I'm going to do another mock draft.
You're going to pick the Liberty quarterback, right? Is that what's going to happen?
No, I'm not going to pick the Liberty quarterback. Don't tempt me. But my goal in the second round of my mock draft is to trade back into the first round because this draft is booty, man. It's real booty. Like top 15 picks would be end of the first round picks in last year's draft.
It's a terrible year to have the number 1, number 2.
First round, the back end, the top 50 players, most of them would be second round picks in last year's draft.
Yeah.
You're talking about guys who will be selected in the day 2, who would be day 3 guys. Like, while it's a deep draft, and from what I'm told, the meat of it is in the 3rd through the 5th round.
And by the way, this front office is pretty good in the back end of the draft.
You know what? I want to see it. I want to see them flex. This is a draft where Marvin Allen needs to flex what he can do.
Does Marvin and Reggie really and Chris have to prove to you? Like, those guys
yes,
are pretty
absolutely.
Absolutely.
Listen,
pretty good in their own right, bro.
No. You can't hand me the 2020 draft and say we're good at our jobs. Sorry, it don't work like that. It don't. That 2020 draft was booty cheeks.
Why? It's not over yet.
It's not over yet, but it looks like booty cheeks.
Well, it may look like it, but it's
okay.
Not.
Well, I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. In that draft, wasn't Raekwon Davis taken in that draft also? Wasn't Brandon Jones taken in that draft also? Oh, yeah, I'm just wondering. I'm just saying. I mean, there are players that were taken in that draft that are pretty good. And if Tua works out, it becomes a hell of a draft. You don't need Noah and Jackson.
I'm sorry.
If you hit on Tua, Raekwon Davis, and Brandon, bro, it's a monster draft because you
Austin
got
Jackson, first round bust.
It doesn't
no
matter.
Monogamy, first round bust.
And then the following year, you hit on all 3 first rounds.
Solomon Kinley, bust.
You hit on all first. No. Don't change the subject now. First round now.
Jason Strowbridge, bust.
First round now. First round.
Tua's got to be franchise quarterback.
And listen,
you can't be Mitch Trubisky.
Once you hit the first, if you hit on Tua, which it's not over that you haven't hit on Tua, the draft becomes a success. And the following year, you hit on all 3 first rounders.
I'm sorry, you had 3 first rounders, 2 of them are busts, and one of them's a maybe.
Well, that's fine. And the following year, you take 3 and you hit on all 3. If you hit on 4 of 6, that's called awesome. I don't know about you.
I'm
that's
sorry.
Called awesome.
You say that he's good. You say that they're good in their jobs in the late rounds. Solomon Kinley, Jason Strowbridge, Curtis Weaver. You selected a long snapper in the 6th round.
And a kicker also. It's been pretty good in the 7th.
And Malcolm
and Van
Perry.
Ginkel. And Van Ginkel also. That's pretty good late
and
also.
Malcolm
right?
Perry. Van Ginkel's a guy, bro. Van Ginkel's a guy.
Come on, bro.
Seriously. I'm sorry. I'm not crowning you.
How are you calling Van Ginkel a guy? He's played really well. I know he didn't have the year this year that he had the year before, but he's played well, dude. He's a good player.
You know who Van Ginkel is? The Patriots just traded away one of their players to, I forget what team they traded away. I did a breakdown of it. Maybe Weiss. And he's just a guy. Van Ginkel's just a guy. Like, I heard a media member asking about giving Van Ginkel a contract extension. And I'm like, for what?
Next year, yeah. Next year.
No, I think his deal's up at the end of this year.
Right, next year. This year here. They'll give it to him at the end of the year, I'm sure.
2000, 2001, 2002.
Yeah, they control him. They control him.
2001, 2000,
2001.
No.
Year, right?
Yeah, this is a 4 year. No, at the end of the year, he's a free agent. He's a free agent. Like, people want him extended now.
Well, they don't need to extend them now. They control him till next year. They
Absolutely.
Don't have to, they can tag him next year if they want.
Tagging Van Ginkel?
You haven't even finished.
Have you lost your mind?
The season hasn't even started yet.
You're telling me Van Ginkel's an $18 million player?
He might have a great year this year. I don't know. You might tag him with a second rounder or whatever it is, like they did with Needham. You never know. I don't know what.
No. He's not a restricted free agent. Van Ginkel will be a free agent.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever. Then they agree to a contract with him.
I'm sorry.
It's not the end of the world, bro.
Yeah, exactly. But people are saying, "Oh, you should extend him now." I'm like, for what?
No, you don't need to. You don't need to extend them yet. You need another year to make sure you know what you're paying for.
But he's a guy, bro.
He's played really well for a 5th-round pick, dude.
I can name 10 players in free agency right now who would be better than him, who would be upgrades.
This is not a free agent. This is your draft pick.
Yes, but I'm telling you, talent-wise, I can name 10 players who are free agents right now who would be better than him. But what?
I doubt that very much.
Oh, I can name them. Oh, absolutely.
No, you can't.
Listen, Friday, I'm gonna name them for you. I can name them for you.
Why didn't you? If you're so sharp, why don't you have them right now, locked and loaded?
It's gonna take me 5 minutes to get them together. I do have them. I'm gonna tweet them to you, and when I tweet them to you, I want a response.
Okay,
it's gonna name me.
Right, well, we got George Richards now, which we're already running into his time, and Anthony Chang next. So we'll be on. Let me see.
10 players coming right
players in free agency better than Van Ginkel. That is just right at you. You are right at you. So now you're anti-Tua and you're anti-Van Ginkel. Wait till I talk to Van Ginkel about this one. Oh, damn it. Jesus. Holy moly.
All right, bye.
10. All right. Well, follow him on Twitter, by the way, even if he's anti-Tua, at Omar Kelly. All right.
I've never been anti-Tua a day in my life.
Catch his work at the South Florida Sun Sentinel or at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, wherever it is you are and you find yourself. You can find an Omar Kelly article in multiple publications. All right, Omar. We'll catch up later this week.
Bye.
Later. That's Omar Kelly.
You've been listening to the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins Report with Omar Kelly. For additions, home remodeling, or custom work, call Eric at 305-433-4843. EJDconstruction.com is the custom home builder and general contractor you can trust. 305-433-4843.
He is Omar Kelly. There's only one Omar Kelly, bro. I tell you. And by the way, EJD Construction, if you're looking for custom home construction, and I'm not talking about, fixing a door handle or, some little handyman stuff. No, I'm talking about custom home work, like a man cave. You want to extend your home. You want to repair, something major, redo an entire kitchen. Maybe the backyard, you want to put a tiki hut with a whole kitchen, barbecue, all that kind of stuff. Custom home construction, that's what you want to call EJD. You want the TV coming out of the roof or the wall. He can do all of that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the family's growing. Call Eric, 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com. Damn, Van Ginkel, just a guy. That's just terrible.
He's got something with the 3 letters in the name, right?
Yeah.
And
Van Ginkel. Tua. Yeah, with 3 letters. Right, yeah.
So if you got 3 letters in
if
your
you
name,
got 3 letters, Omar's against you.
Yeah.
Tua, Van, yeah. Yeah, that's it. You got it. Yeah. Yeah.
maybe somebody just picked up going to, heading up to Pittsburgh.
But yet, when we cut down, his name to Flo, he goes and smokes the peach pipe with him.
Yeah, but it's still Flores. It's
okay.
It's our name.
It's not really right. I got you.
If his name was Flo,
right,
then he'd be off that wagon as well.
And it really, accurately, it's Cam Flo. Really, if we're going to be accurate on really what his name is, it's really Cam Flo. Remember, folks, before the rainy season starts, if you want to fix your roof for your home or your business, Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. And the next listener that gets their roof fixed with Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, I will do a show in your place. Whether it's your home, your business, we will do a show at your place. Anywhere in South Florida. So call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises. Don't wait till the rainy season, because that's what we're told. The roofers, this is the slow time for roofers because it doesn't rain a lot, so that people don't find out about their leaks. June rolls around, it rains every day. People find out about their leaks, and they're calling roofers left and right. So the next person, if maybe you got to fix the roof at your business or your home, do it now, man. Get a great rate. And by the way, they are also a Y Green contractor. So if you also want to make your home energy efficient and you want to make it solar all over, we'll do that. Then we'll also do we'll also do a show there for that too, because he's a Y Green contractor. So fixing your roof, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com and tell them that Big O sent you. They will take care of you. All right. All right, let's talk a little Okie with my man George Richards and our LennyLocksmith.com Florida Panthers segment.
Time for the Lockdown segment with Florida Panthers insider George Richards. This lockdown is brought to you by A. Lenny Locksmith Services. Count on them 24 hours a day. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com. Here's FloridaHockeyNow.com insider George Richards.
All right, we are ready to go. We're ready to talk a little Okie. And the man, the myth, the legend from FloridaHockeyNow.com, George Richards, kind enough to join us now. How you feeling, baby? You feeling good?
I'm good, Big O. How you doing, brother?
Doing great, man. And, you know, we were talking about this yesterday. The Panthers, while they're cruising in the conference right now, they still have something to play for and fighting the Avs for the number one spot overall in the NHL. I would imagine that right now is the singular motivation for the Florida Panthers.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, these are, kind of the dog days. They've got 10 games left. They've really got nothing to play for other than seeding. You've got teams in the West fighting it out every night, for their playoff lives. Florida doesn't have to do that, and that's a good thing, right? I mean, we're looking at these last couple games like, okay, well, we'll see. And now they've got such a comfortable lead, in the Atlantic Division and in the Eastern Conference. They're sitting pretty, but they need to keep, focused and keep rolling as they've been doing. Catching Colorado to have home ice advantage throughout the playoffs is a nice thing. I know everybody talks of there's the so-called President's Trophy jinx, because we've seen a couple teams get knocked out, but still, I mean, the best teams do what they do. If you can help yourself out, do it.
Yeah, and listen, and the screwy part is if you watch hockey playoffs enough, some will tell you, well, home ice doesn't mean much.
Yeah.
But then I look at the Colorado Avalanche and they're 28-4-3 at home. So
and you look at the Panthers at home. I mean,
it's 30-6.
Yeah.
So, you're talking about two teams that are very good on home ice. So that's the other part of the equation. If we're talking about a team you're battling that maybe isn't that good at home ice, okay, I can see where, all right, yeah, they had their run on the road and that got them over the top or whatever. But dude, against the Avs, yeah, I kind of would like home ice. I kind of like the 4 trips to Florida instead of the 4 trips to Colorado.
Absolutely. I mean, you want to play at home. You want to be able to play in front of your own fans. It cuts down on the travel. So anytime you can play at home, you'd rather take that. But you're right. I mean, you look at some of these hockey games, you're like, oh, game 7 is in Montreal. No way. And an upset gets pulled, something like that. So it's not as pronounced as we would think, but you want to put yourself in the best position you can. And the Panthers have that opportunity now.
I did not look at it, George. Who has the easier road to the end of the season, Colorado or Florida?
I haven't looked at it that way, but the Panthers, with 20 games left, had the easiest schedule left in the league. So
we have. I'm looking at it here. We got 2 against Detroit.
Yeah, no, the Panthers' schedule on paper is extremely easy. They've only got 1 game left against Toronto, 1 against Tampa, 1 against Boston, and Winnipeg. So of the final 10, only 4 against teams that are in the playoffs. Again, yeah, you've got Detroit, you've got Anaheim tonight. Right. Winnipeg Friday night's going to be tough because Winnipeg's one of those teams fighting it out for their playoffs. But, Nashville was one of those tough teams for Florida, and they came out with a nice win Saturday night. So, I haven't looked at what Colorado's got remaining, but Florida coming out of the All-Star break had the second easiest schedule left in the NHL.
And by the way, they lost in Colorado. Right?
Florida did, yeah,
right?
they did
3-2, right?
Yeah, that was back in December, I believe. That
it was a while back. Yeah, so
that was with Barkov, I think, was out. I think Anthony DeClaire was out. That was when they were struggling a little bit. That was a 5-game West Coast trip. They went to Canada and all that stuff. So,
yeah, it's just it's one of those things that like the average fan might look at and say, well, they can coast, and it's kind of a catch-22. You want to kind of take care of your players.
Yeah.
Now that you've earned the right, but then there's also so how important is it to them? Talking to the coaches and the players, I'm sure you've talked about it. How important is it to have the number one overall?
Well, I don't know that they're going to say anything other than, they just want to be wherever they want to win out, right? They want to win all 10. They want to win. If they have 15 games left, they want to win 15. If they have 3, they want to do so. However, the chips are going to fall. They're putting themselves in good position by playing the best hockey they can right now. Now, some guys are going to get nights off. Some guys don't want it, but some guys are going to get it. The Panthers need to get some players in the lineup, because you're going to probably need these guys in the playoffs. So you're going to see some time management here moving forward. Maybe not Barkov, maybe not Huberdeau, but you're going to see some players getting some nights off here. They won't be full scale. We talked about this last week. This isn't basketball where you're running a 7-8 man rotation. Hockey, you got to dress 20, and you've only got 20.
So is it like tonight? Tonight you kind of pull
tonight,
back.
Ryan Lomberg is out. Right. Well, but the only guy missing is going to be Ryan Lomberg. So,
but my point is, we just talked about their schedule, right?
Yeah,
so
you would
when
take
you are
tonight
going to
off.
play Winnipeg and when you're going to play Boston, you use your top dogs. But when you're playing Anaheim tonight, this is not a good team. So do you rest some guys in there here? What do you do here? Do you lessen the ice time for a Barkov? How do you balance it against an Anaheim team?
Well, the thing with hockey is kind of like football, right? When you have a preseason game, when do guys get hurt? When they stop going full out.
Right.
So you still got to go all the way out. I mean, because in hockey, you can get knocked just like a middle linebacker can get tripped up, and that's
why you lessen the minute.
You got to go. If you're on the ice, you got to go. You don't want to limit guys' ice. You don't want to be playing Barkov 14, 15 minutes. The guys used to playing 20, 22. Let them play.
Okay.
That's the way I look at it. And again, tonight the lineup's out. The only regular not playing tonight is Ryan Lomberg. So, you're right. Anaheim is not a very good team. They just ended an 11-game losing streak. They are all young players. They've got a young, talented core. Anaheim. The reason they sold at the trade deadline was because they want to revamp this thing and build it from the bottom up with what they've got. They've got a good core. Right now, they're not a very good team. They will be a very good team. They're going to give you a game tonight.
That's okay. Now goalie, is it settled? Is it Bob for sure, or is there any chance that Knight could become the guy?
We'll have to see. I mean, the Panthers are looking at it right now that they've got 2 very highly capable goalies. Bob goes to Knight. I think that says something, because Spencer Knight definitely deserved another start after the way he played in Nashville the other night. I had Spencer Knight penciled in as the starter tonight based on how he played Saturday. They've got Sergei Bobrovsky going tonight. So I think that says something, that Bob's the guy. But they've got 10 games, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it is, to see. And I think right now it's a battle. I wouldn't say, it depends on how Bob plays. It really does. If Knight keeps doing what he's doing, and Bob, hasn't had the best of games, but he hasn't had the worst of games either.
I know, but George, we fail every single time we get to the threshold, and we fail to cross the threshold of trust with Bobrovsky, because the cheesy goal comes in, greasy goal, whatever the hell you want to call it. And it's just one of those that frustrates you. And then there are those nights where he's really not sharp and he allows a couple of goals, and you're just wondering, you're paying him all this money, and you were paying him to be special. And we're freaking 10 games away from the end of the season.
the best offense that the Panthers could ever imagine is on the ice, and yet you look between the pipes and there still isn't that rock solid confidence in that guy. And this is a damn good team. And so the fact that we have those doubts, the fact that we're having this conversation, which I'm sure they're having the conversation too, has got to be disturbing to a certain level because, dude, that's the one guy that can just crap your entire season up no matter how good you are offensively.
And they're not gonna play favorites. They're not gonna play. We're gonna hurt somebody's feelings. The best goalie's gonna play. If it's Bob, it's Bob. If it's Spencer Knight, it's him. I mean, I'm telling you that's the way the Panthers are going to look at it. So,
you have to.
But again, you've got the time right now to figure it out. And right now, it looks like Bob's the guy because he's getting the start tonight. Maybe it's just because it's Anaheim. Maybe it's because they don't want Bob sitting too much. You don't play again till Friday night. So sitting Bob gives him a week between games. But,
How would you handle it? How would you handle it?
I would look at, hey, listen, I don't care how much the guy's getting paid because once the playoffs start, this is a team game. I don't care. I mean, you could see it last year in Tampa. They didn't even dress him the last 2 games.
Right.
They weren't thinking about his feelings then. They
So
were like,
if
our
Knight-
best 2
if Knight
goalies right now are
outperforms
Spencer Knight and Chris Drieger. We're going with those 2 guys. So that's what they did, and that's what they'll do again. But even though they don't have a Chris Drieger here.
Okay, so if Knight outperforms Bob in the next 10 games, George Richards is the coach. What does he do?
If Spencer Knight looks like the best goalie going forward, I go with Spencer Knight.
Okay. That's what I would do.
But we've got 10 games, and I would think they want Bob to play 7 of them, 7 of the 10 moving forward.
My problem with it is I don't trust Bob more than I trust Knight, and that's my problem. So if I trust Bob as much as I trust Knight, then let me just go with the damn future already, and let me put the kid in there so he can learn. And he's already shown me some mental toughness at times.
Yeah.
So, hey, maybe.
Listen, the Panthers have some of the best goalie people in the NHL working for them. You've got Rob Tallis, the goalie coach. You've got Allaire. You've got Roberto Luongo. You've got all these guys working on goalies that know goalies. They know what they're doing. They'll figure it out.
What do they tell you, or if they've told you, what they think is wrong with Bob? Why he can't get back to being dominant again?
Well, it's a little bit is the way the Panthers play, right? They do play a little loosey-goosey with the puck. They do play a pressing defense where they are always up in the play. Where, again, in Columbus, they only had 2 players that would pinch, and that was Seth Jones and Zach Werenski. The rest of their defensemen always stayed back. Florida, all 6 of their defensemen, whenever they come in, you see Radko Gudas up in the offensive zone, and then it comes back the other way. You've got a lot of stuff. But listen, Bob's given up some bad goals. I mean, and even in games where he did, like the other night when he was pulled in Toronto, there were a couple goals he had no chance on because Florida, left him hanging out to dry. But there were a couple where he could have made the save, where you've got to make that save. You've got to make a stop. You've got to make a stop. And he didn't. That's why, they pulled him for the spark as much as that. I think the last 2 games that he was pulled, I don't think it was a punishment thing. I think the first one in New Jersey, he was absolutely being bombarded. There was nothing he could do in the New Jersey game. That was a mercy pull. The other night against Toronto, it was a spark pull. So, and the other night against Buffalo, I think there were some rough ones in the first period, but then he shut the door on Buffalo second, third period. Didn't see as much traffic. Florida definitely buckled down and played much better in front of them. So let's see what they do tonight. If they go loosey-goosey again defensively, I mean, you can see it. You can see it breaking down, but Bob has got to have the mental toughness to make a stop or 2.
Yeah, and you know what will be
those
interesting?
Situations.
What'll be interesting also, what we have to watch is who's the goalie in the more tougher games here in the last 10 games. Because obviously using him tonight is completely different than using the next guy in Winnipeg or Boston. Sure. So it'll be interesting to see who Brunette trusts in those tougher games, because obviously you're fighting for that number 1 seed.
Yeah.
So there's actually something on the line.
So I'm going to be intrigued by those decisions against the better teams, who he uses. Maybe that's an indicator on who he might end up leaning to.
And going back to your conversation we had about the number one seed winning the President's Trophy, they're 2 points back of Colorado right now. They've got an opportunity here down the stretch. But if it's not there, they're not going to, if they don't win it, they're not going to go crying into their cereal. I mean, the Stanley Cup.
Colorado may not even be in the final.
It may not be Colorado.
Right.
So, it won't matter. It could be Calgary. It could be the LA Kings. And in that case, Florida wins the East. They got the home ice. It's not the So it would have to be Colorado in the finals for them to have home ice.
Amen to that. All right. What are you working on? FloridaHockeyNow.com, my friend.
Well,
Florida Panther fans all over the world can check you out.
Thank you, Big O. We got a big story today about Claude Giroux and how he's fitting in with the team through his first 10 games. I enjoyed writing that story yesterday, and it published this morning. We've got tonight's lineups. We've also got a story coming out here about 2 o'clock on what the Ducks bring to the table. This is a very young, talented team. They've kind of changed the game with this rookie kid that's got the Michigan goal. It's like a lacrosse. He puts the puck on the blade of his stick and he whips it around and beats the goalie. Pretty interesting how hockey has reacted to that. We also have a special at Florida Hockey Now. I just wrote my 1,000 Florida Panthers story at FloridaHockeyNow.com to celebrate that. 25% off your annual subscription. It's $24.99. Use code 1000 at checkout.
There you go.
So $25, you get a year of Florida Panther coverage. Best in town, my friend.
A joke.
Come on.
For that amount of work, $25. Are you kidding me? Let's go. Support George, man. Support our local journalists who do an excellent job. George, I love you, brother. We'll catch up next week. Should be fun.
All right, my man. Be good, brother.
You got it. George Richards, man. Such a stud. Gotta love him. That is your lockdown segment.
This has been the Florida Panthers Lockdown segment, brought to you by A. Lenny Locksmith Services. Count on them 24 hours a day. Call 855-869-5625 or go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
By the way, they are 24 hours a day, alennylocksmith.com, all throughout South Florida, Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, house and car locks, lockouts, residential and commercial locksmith. By the way, if you also need car key replacements and programming, you can call alennylocksmith.com, all throughout South Florida. And by the way, for our friends in the Tampa and Orlando area, we also have locations there, and also one in Phoenix, Arizona, too. So, yes, he's expanding even more. Hopefully, he will have more locations nationally, but mostly here in South Florida, 2 of them in Central Florida, 1 of them in Arizona, alennylocksmith.com. All right, and go to the website, alennylocksmith.com. You can get a quote in 15 minutes. All right, so, and tell them, of course, that Big O sent you. That is very important, too. So if you need it, and listen, you may not need a locksmith right now, but mark it down, save it, alennylocksmith.com. You might need it down the line. You just never know. All right, it is time now for our liquor split matchup of the night.
It's time to tap that app. And no one loves to tap that app like the Big O. Here's the liquor split matchup of the night.
Tonight's the playoffs. They start, and you want to start scouting who the Miami Heat are going to be playing in that first round. And tonight at the Barclays Center, the Cavs are visiting the Nets. The Nets are favored by 8.5 points. The over and under is 228.5. The Nets are on the money line minus 410. The Cavs are plus 315 on the money line. And this is going to be my liquor split lock of the night. And this will be my matchup of the night because I like the Cavs in this one. Not to win, but to keep it within the 8.5 points. I think the Nets will do enough to win. But let me tell you something. I'm not going to sit here tomorrow morning doing the show from the studios, by the way, when we get up at 8:45 to start the show tomorrow morning, because we get up a little earlier for tomorrow, And the Nets lost. I'm not going to be shocked because they don't play defense. They're not consistent. So it's a team that can easily also be beaten. You know what I mean? And that's the reason why when Ira and I have been going back and forth all year long, I get it that I respect the two players. I don't respect the team. I don't think they're a good team. I think they've got two incredible players, yes. But as a team, as a defense, as a coaching staff, all of those things, as a Heat fan, I do not fear them 1 second. The Cleveland Cavaliers have been a gritty group. And they've had their share of injuries. It's kind of derailed their season that they could have been even better this year, which is kind of scary for them. I like the Cavs to keep this one close enough because they're going to go all out, man. They've got nothing to lose. These are the scary teams to play. And in basketball, you get hot, anybody can beat you. Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, they strolled into the Miami arena years ago after a big trade that Miami made, and they had 8 players on the roster, and they thought they were going to take advantage of Miami, and Rex Chapman had the night of his life for 39 points and handed the Bulls the loss. And it was one of the great wins in Heat history. Not that it meant anything in the big picture, but it was just one of those great moments, basketball-wise, that you'll never forget because of that. And that's why tonight, the Nets could easily lose. And the Cavs are the kind of team that they've beaten a lot of good teams this year because they're a decent team this year. They're pretty good. I'm going to go. My liquor split matchup of the night, I'm going to go with the Cavs plus 8.5 against the Brooklyn Nets. And don't forget to tap that app. Download the Liquor Split app right now. And listen, this way, anytime you need your favorite liquor delivered to you, by the way, they'll deliver liquor and they've got soft drinks and snacks and all kinds of stuff. So just in case you got to get your Tito's, your Grey Goose, your Johnny Walker, whatever it is that you're going to get from Liquor Split, but maybe somebody else needs a little ginger ale or needs a little water, you can also order that, or some snacks, some chips, mariquitas, all kinds of different types of snacks. They've got them for you at Liquor Split. Download the app Liquor Split. And by the way, no hidden fees. $2.99 is the delivery charge, and that's it. $1 of your delivery goes to solving homelessness in Miami. So they're also doing good things too. So tap that app. I love tapping that app. So download the Liquor Split app, and you just never know. Maybe you've got a meeting and you don't have time to go to the liquor store. Just dial that app, man. Tap that app. Pull up that app, tap it, and go to Liquor Split and order that liquor that maybe that client of yours really loves. And it's that wine bottle, that whiskey, that bourbon. You bring it over, and all of a sudden you're closing that deal because you didn't forget the little things, man. It's the details right there. And Liquor Split allows you to finish off the details just in case you forget them. So for the playoffs, for a meeting, for a good time, for a relaxing evening, tap that app with Liquor Split.
The matchup of the night is brought to you by Liquor Split, Miami's own online liquor store. Liquor Split. Download then tap that app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
All right. Are we ready to talk a little basketball? We are. Anthony Chang from the Miami Herald is ready. Let's talk hoop right now with our Liquor Split Miami Heat report.
Let's tap into the latest with the Miami Heat and our Liquor Split app Miami Heat reports with insider Anthony Chang. Liquor Split is Miami's own online liquor store. Download, then tap the app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split. Here's Anthony Chang.
Right now with Anthony Chang from the Miami Herald. And of course, you can follow him on Twitter at Anthony_Chang. How are you doing, my friend? You hanging in there?
Doing well, Big O. Enjoying this week-long break here. How are you?
Very good. I just finished with George Richards now, and it's kind of screwy, right? Because they're number one, but they can't necessarily coast because they're actually fighting for the overall number one with the Western Conference in the Avs. So they've got to play these 10 games a little bit different. Whereas Miami, they kind of got to relax the last game of the season in a way, you know what I'm saying? And now they're kind of relaxing here, waiting for their next opponent. So I guess tonight we start the scouting. And in my liquor split matchup of the night, by the way, dude, I took the Cavs plus 8.5.
Wow.
The Cavs have been gritty enough that I don't think they'll win, although I would not be shocked if the Nets lost today. But 8.5, I would not be surprised if they keep it close too.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think the Nets win because they have more talent, but Vegas has been overvaluing the Nets all season. I mean, I don't know if they watch them play defense, but they're just not very good defensively. So I would not be surprised if the Cavs cover that. The only thing that I guess would scare me about that is Jared Allen not being available. He's such a big part of their defense and rim protection. That's obviously a huge deal when you're facing a team like Brooklyn has Kevin Durant and Kyrie. But yeah, I mean, with the way Brooklyn has played this year, and you really can't rely on them from game to game, they're unpredictable. I would not be shocked if they get upset tonight. But I think the Nets should win. I think if the Heat's hope is to avoid the Nets, they should be eliminated as a first round possibility tonight.
Hey, dude, isn't this Durant's third season? Right?
The Nets?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, second if you don't count the first one because of the injury, but yes, third.
Yeah, but my point is, dude, you've taken 3 years of your career, my brother. If you don't do anything with this, how old is he next year? What is he, 30, 32, 33?
Yeah.
It's like and not that I even think they're going to win it all anyway. I think that, Ira and I have gone back and forth, and Ira's been kind of nervous about the Nets. I have not. I respect the two players. I don't respect the team.
Right.
I don't think they're a good team. I don't think they're a great defense. I don't think they can get stops when they have to get stops. And I don't think their coaching staff is better than Eric Spoelstra and his staff anyway. So for me, I think Miami has every advantage in the playbook over the Nets when it's all said and done. But if you're Kevin Durant, dude, you left Golden State. You left a place that you would have had multiple shots at titles. If you don't even get a shot at a title in Brooklyn, it becomes an absolute disaster. Your move. Yeah, sure, you made a lot of money, but nobody measures you by money at this point. You're a GOAT, dude. They measure you by titles.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. And I mean, last year they were close. If it wasn't for the Kyrie injury, and I think that's the thing that's torpedoed all of this, right?
That's what I'm saying. It's
Kyrie being hurt, not being able to play because the vaccine mandate. Obviously, what happened with James Harden? Of you get him, you have those three together. He wants out after a year, so it's just been. It's definitely not what KD expected. I mean, no one could expect all of this. Could they have won the championship last year if Kyrie stays healthy? If James Harden stays healthy? If Kevin Durant's foot was a half a size smaller, that's a 3 instead of a 2, maybe. But yeah, I mean, if they don't win it this year, which I mean, I guess they could technically, but it seems like a long shot at this point. 3 years, no titles for a player like Kevin Durant, who's one of the best ever. I mean, he might be the best player in the NBA right now. Yeah, it's not. I'm sure it's definitely not what he expected at this point.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm saying that he has to kind of, make something out of this season. That's why I think tonight, he'll do whatever it takes to win the game.
Sure.
Because not only that, I think he wants to get to the 7th seed probably.
Yeah.
So I don't think he wants to go through the 8th seed and the trip probably through Miami, because Miami's probably a little harder of a defensive team that he'll face there in that position.
And it's just, I think you don't want it to come down to one game. Right now they can lose one game and still have a chance to get in, but you don't want to take that chance of, okay, lose tonight, and then all of a sudden anything could happen in a one-game situation, and they lose that one, and they don't even make the playoffs. So you want to get in tonight. You don't want to risk of having that one-game scenario, one and done, where the team can get hot, and all of a sudden the Nets are in the playoffs.
Right. No, I'm with you there. All right. Health-wise, how are they? What's the latest with Tucker? I know, dude. I know asking you to get information out of the Heat is like, I get you. It's Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
What the hell do we know about Tucker?
Well, they've been
ready in a week.
The hope is he will be ready. Obviously, they've been off the last 2 days. They're going to return to practice tomorrow, so we should get a new update tomorrow. But from what I heard last week, when it was confirmed, the MRI confirmed a calf strain was that it was a grade 1, which is good news for the Heat. That's the least severe of the 3 grades. So 7 to 10 days usually is the recovery period. He got hurt last Tuesday, so a week from today. So if you do, if you count the days, he should be ready by Sunday. But, do the Heat maybe take again, I'm not saying this will happen to PJ, but if you remember when Kevin Durant tore his Achilles, he was out for a few weeks because of a calf strain.
Right.
So you want to be careful here. PJ is not the youngest guy in the roster, obviously. Will they say let's wait another game or two? We have the depth. If it's Atlanta or Cleveland or Charlotte, they feel comfortable, winning without PJ. Maybe they play it safe, but the hope is he should be back either the first game or at some point you would think in the first round for sure.
Yeah, I hope he's ready because his kind of toughness and leadership and all those kind of things.
Yeah.
No, forget the experience, which is obviously super important. I'm with you there, but the toughness that he brings to that edge he brings to a team, I think it lifts his teammates. You know what I mean? When they see him do the dirty work and they know that he's one of the reasons why some guys are having success, because he's rebounding for you, because he's setting a pick for you, because he's stopping somebody. That kind of player is just an inspirational player. You know what I'm saying? And he's one of those players that makes a Tyler Hero or a Duncan Robinson feel slightly tougher than they really are because they've got PJ Tucker next. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. And it's like you said, it's the small things. His screening has been so important to he's an incredible screener. Pat Riley, we got him before the season, and he raved about PJ's screening. We obviously had not seen him playing a Heat uniform yet, so we took him at his word. But look at him this season, the way he gets 3-point shooters open just with his screens and the timing of his screens. That's a huge part of the offense. So yeah, you'll be missing that. I guess the beauty of this roster, which we've talked about all year, is
he doesn't get busted with moving picks.
No,
because he doesn't know. We had this goofball center that didn't understand about setting picks or even knowing how to stay still to set a damn pick. You know what I'm saying? At times, so it's just one of those deals.
Yeah, the beauty of this roster is behind them is Caleb Martin, right? Which we're asking if this team is healthy, will he even play, right? You'd think he would, but it's no definite. So if PJ can't play, I'm guessing Caleb will start. Caleb's had a very good year. They can play a similar defensive style with Caleb because he can switch. He's tough. He's versatile. He can guard different positions. So yeah, you want PJ to be healthy, but if it's you look at the big picture. If he's not 100%, yeah, you want to play on the safe side. Maybe they take a game or two and they start Caleb because they have the depth to do it. And if they're not facing a Brooklyn, they should have a good edge on whoever they're playing in the first round.
We don't know what's going to happen, but what did Oladipo do, bro? I mean, Oladipo sent some messages to the Heat and to the rest of the NBA. And let me tell you something. And you watch the team, every single second, so you know them better than we do. But I almost feel, and I told Ira this, I almost feel like I feel like he crossed the threshold the last couple of games where he finally. You ever watch that movie Risky Business?
I haven't seen. I'm really bad with movies. You're gonna get to know this.
It's an old movie from Tom Cruise. It's a funny movie.
I've heard of it. I've definitely heard of it. Yeah.
You should watch it because there's a moment there where where his buddy's talking to Tom Cruise. And he says, sometimes in life, you just have to say, what the F, okay? And the only reason I didn't say F is because there's a child right here next to us. So I didn't want to be rude.
Very responsible of you.
But he says, "What the F?" Right? And off of that, I almost feel like that's what Oladipo finally said after kind of getting benched and saying, him and Markieff, like the coach said, yeah, we've tried this. We've had enough.
Right.
We need to get back to what we were doing that made us successful. And that, right, really, I thought Markieff answered. And it looks like Oladipo finally said, what the F? I got to lay it all out there on the court. And that's what I'm getting. I'm getting that impression that he finally said, dude, I have to let it loose. I can't worry about my body. I can't worry about anything else. And I saw 36 minutes of an aggressive, comfortable, confident, cocky player. And that's the Oladipo you want on the court.
Yeah, we don't know what's going to happen. Spo's rotations are unpredictable. He's a head coach that will change the rotation from game to game. And, that's what makes him good. I mean, he's not afraid to make these decisions where maybe the highest paid player isn't playing as many minutes as a rookie because the rookie's just better or it just fits better. The thing I'll say is Victor has looked very good. He's looked a lot better. Obviously, the last 2 games, he looked more like himself, aggressive. You could just tell the way he was playing. No hesitation.
No timid.
With me.
Nothing.
But that's a role. The last game he played without. I mean, there were no regulars playing.
Right,
Jimmy wasn't playing. Bam wasn't playing. Kyle wasn't playing. Tyler wasn't playing.
Inside a structure is what you're saying.
He had the ball the entire game pretty much.
Right.
And he was very effective, obviously, but that's not the role he would have in the playoffs. And you have to ask, how would he fit around the guys who will have the ball? Tyler, Jimmy, Bam, Kyle. That's why I think I still don't think he will have a consistent role in the playoffs.
Although
I think there'll be moments that he will be needed, but I don't think he's in. Yeah, go ahead.
Although I will say this, whereas some guys at times struggle to play off the ball, and he's pretty good off the ball. He's when he's zoned in like that at times. He's a very good complementary player, understands how to slash and cut to the basket and
like a Dwayne Wade a little bit.
And all those kind of things. So it's not, in other words, Westbrook cannot do that. He has to have the ball in his hands. And you saw the last couple of weeks with the Lakers, their injury situation allowed him to have the ball in his hands more. So he was able to play more his game. So he played a little bit more efficiently. You know what I mean? Whereas when LeBron is on the court and dominating the ball, Westbrook struggles to play off ball and try to complement and do all those things because he's not. Oladipo has shown me that he can do that. So I think there is an adjustment there that Spo at least can work with, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. The counterpoint to that is, I do think he can play off the ball. I mean, he's proven that over his career. I mean, even last year through the 5 or 6 games he played with the Heat, he played off the ball. I mean, and he was a slasher, cutter type of player. But what we've seen the Heat turn to the last few weeks of the season is shooting. Shooters around Bam, shooters around Jimmy, shooters around Kyle and Tyler, open up the floor. And Victor, he's a cutter, he's a slasher. But he's not really a spot-up shooter. He's not a spot-up shooter. So, again, I think there will be matchups. I think there will be times when he is needed. There might be a game in the playoffs where they're in a big rut. They need an offensive spark. He comes in and scores 12 points in 10 minutes, or they need his defense at the end of a game because he is still a very good defender. I think he will play. I just don't think he's going to be a consistent part of the 8-9-man rotation playing 25 minutes a game.
Yeah, I'd also like to see him be used at times as a guy that can attack and try to draw fouls on certain players.
Definitely.
In playoff games, that I think that you can bring him off the bench and run some plays where he forces some guys to have to cover him and maybe draw some fouls and maybe is more beneficial for you down as the game, goes on, because they picked up a couple of extra fouls because he's so good going to the hoop that he can really create, man. It's just it's just an interesting dilemma.
Yeah,
that they've
run. Good dilemma.
Yeah. It's a good thing too, because man, they are deep. Holy shit!
So I was gonna say, what does it say about this team that they have a guy that probably will not have a consistent role in the playoffs, who just scored 40 points on like 18 shots or something like that? I mean, it's just who was an all-star, all-NBA player 3 years ago, seems to be getting a lot healthier, and he still might not play. It's a good problem to have, but it's a tough decision for Spoelstra, because how do you sit a guy like that? How do you handle, somebody's they want to play. He wants to play. He's going to be a free agent.
Yes.
Like he wants to make his money, and he's
Exactly.
like, I worked hard. I rehabbed hard to play, and I'm going to come back, and you're not going to play me. I mean, that's not easy.
No.
But at the end of the day, you have to do what's best for the team. So
they're so deep, bro. They could go to Javonte Smart and get 20 points.
It's incredible. It's honestly incredible. I wouldn't put anything past them at this point.
I told Sean, I go, well, Smart and Highsmith, those will be two guys we'll be watching in the Vegas Summer League in July.
Next year, we'll be talking about them stepping up again.
Yeah. You'll be joining us in the Vegas Summer League, right? You'll go to Vegas, right? Though.
Yes, that's the plan. The plan.
We'll be there. Is that, by the way, is that a good place to mingle with NBA people? I would imagine, right?
Oh yeah, the entire NBA world is there. It's just like anybody you want to talk to, anybody you want to meet is there. At least you walk in hotels and it's just like former NBA players, current NBA players, NBA executives, just all over the place.
All right, good. We're gonna have some fun the week we're there, man.
It's a good time to be there for sure. It's fun.
Definitely. We're looking forward to it, bro. We're looking forward to it. All right, what are you working in the Herald so folks can check you out, my friend?
Yeah, I wrote a big piece today actually on what we were just talking about, the kind of all the rotation changes they made, the tweaks they made to the rotation, the starting lineup, and how at the center of it all is Jimmy Butler. I think, it's maximize the entire team, maximize Bam, maximize Kyle, maximize Tyler, but at the end of the day, it's about making sure Jimmy Butler, making sure he's in the place, the best possible situation to succeed and play at his best. I talked to Spo about it and his thinking behind all the moves, and Jimmy and other guys, just about kind of the thinking behind it all. So I think it was interesting, the fact that, again, they're trying to maximize Jimmy, and Spo wasn't afraid to say that. It was pretty simple. Like, how could we get Jimmy to play at his best in the playoffs? And he did play really well down the stretch of the regular season. So we'll see if it continues in the postseason.
All right, there you go. So, of course, subscribe to the Herald and support my guy, Anthony Chang, as always, doing great work. And follow him on Twitter at Anthony_Chang there on Twitter. Anthony, as always, appreciate you, my brother. We will catch up later in the week.
Thanks, Big O. Talk to you soon.
You got it. There you go. That's our liquor split Miami Heat report.
You're now tapped into the latest with the Miami Heat. This has been the Miami Heat Liquor Split Report with insider Anthony Chang. Download the Liquor Split app and enjoy your favorite drinks at wholesale prices. Delivered right to your door in minutes with a flat fee of $2.99. VIP lifestyle without the VIP prices. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
Oh, yeah, we love tapping that app. So Omar, by the way, has sent me the list on Twitter, and I see some of you guys already commenting on that list. First of all, he picked guys that don't even play the same position, okay? Because seriously, Jadeveon Clowney does not play the same position. He's really an end. He's not a linebacker. You know what I mean? And Quan Alexander is not better than Van Ginkel. KJ Wright already is like 100 years old, bro. He's got Anthony Barr, Quan Alexander. I didn't know Jason Pierre-Paul was still a free agent. At least you can get but he's an end. He's not a linebacker either. What did he put? Oh, okay. So he's got Jason Pierre-Paul, Kevin Minter. I think he just put names in here just so he can be good, just so he could try to make it sound good. I didn't know Paul was still, I mean, the 8-fingered wonder, he still gets sacks. I mean, he's been amazing. The guy has overcome blowing off his fingers and still playing well. This is not a good list, Omar. Huh? He blew up at what? Oh, he blew up. Yeah, he blew up after the blow up. Yes. Yes. Oh, God. That is crazy. All right. Let's sports and business collide a lot. And when they do, it is time for the KSDT CPA Sports Business Report. All righty. Time for our KSDT Sports Business Report. And boy, we talk about sports and business colliding. That happened in New York City. In only 30 days, it took New York $2 billion in wages. That's right. More than any other state in the United States with new legalized online sports gaming. Governor Kathy Hochul, I think is how it's pronounced, says this will generate more than $70 million in tax revenue for the state, providing funds to be allocated toward programs that support education, youth sports, and more. Over the past month, we've seen how mobile sports wagering can be an economic engine for New York, driving significant funding to our schools, youth sports, and so much more. As this new industry continues to grow, New York will make sure to have the resources and guidelines in place to make it all succeed. Mobile sports wagering started in New York on January 8th of 2020. Since then, more than $1.98 billion has been waged in New York. The total gross gaming revenue was over $138 million and at a 51% tax rate for the state. I don't, how the money is used or misused, who knows? They'll tell you all that in the article, and I really don't care because our schools are crap, and they said that the lottery would save it. Okay? Ian Rappaport, exclusive insider here in South Florida to us, and no one else is reporting. Free agent to visit the Dolphins, former Chiefs pass rusher Melvin Ingram is visiting today, per me and Tom Pelissero. He came in strong last year in KC, now potential addition in Miami. Remember, he came here last year, did not sign. Because, of course, the defensive genius didn't need him. Because he's a defensive genius. So, Melvin Ingram working out for the Miami Dolphins. How about that? Hit that like button, folks. Smash it. And the like button, too. Angels defeat the Marlins 6-2. Hernandez was not good. Jesus did hit 2 home runs yesterday, at least. Yeah. He scored all the runs. And it was like they hit home runs in the first game and now this game. And the ones in between, they didn't. So, Jesus Luzardo taking on Patrick Sandoval. 7-07. There you go. And Inter Miami forward Leonardo Campana was named MLS Player of the Week. Nice job by him. I like that. And by the way, just out of curiosity, why is anybody asking or wanting Cam Newton's advice on women? Wow. I'm not even going to elaborate on that. Just go look for it yourself. Like, really, seriously. I don't think Cam Newton's the guy you really want talking about women or how women should be representing themselves. Ridiculous. Jamie Zorria says, Big O, I believe the issue with the media not liking Tua is that he's in Miami. Look what happened with Devontae Parker now in New England. He is getting all the love like his second coming. I don't know, because Tebow was not liked by a lot of people. And he wasn't a Miami guy. And so he gets some of that. You know who gets some of the Tua hate also? Believe it or not, it's not just Tua. Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo is one of those guys that gets, ripped upon a lot too. So, Say that again? Because I have the headphones on.
Is it at the Tua level though? With
No,
Jimmy G?
nothing's at the Tua level. Only Tebow had that kind of, he was that kind of lightning rod. Over here, Canesware. Over there, officer. There you go. But you could surprise the hell out of them if you walk in through there. Okay, they'll think it's like a raid. Be cool. Anyway, how many officers come to Canesware? Did you notice? Have you noticed how many officers have come through Canesware while we've been here? At least like 7.
Yeah.
Not together, like different cops coming in and out. I mean, everybody who doesn't love Canesware. Place is addicting. By the way, we got to thank Cam Wolf, Manny Navarro, Omar Kelly, George Richards, and of course, Anthony Chang. As always, we got to thank, of course, that guy, Sean Stanley.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Just because Daniel Ryan just commented on the thing and said, people today hate when a player isn't fantasy football good.
That's a great point. I can't argue that.
When I saw it, I was like, you know what?
I can't argue that. There's a lot of common sense to that. Not that it's common sense, but it's very common that that people think that way. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a great point, man. That is so true. Yeah, you help my fantasy and sometimes you think a player is like a really good player because they, maybe helped your fantasy team that week and it was just they were a mediocre player but they had a great week, and you just don't really follow it or whatever. So I could see that misplaced way of thinking. I would have to agree with that. I think so. We can always ask Urban Meyer about women's issues. Yeah, we should. Always. Big O Cam, a ladies' man? I don't know what that means. Or am I a ladies' man? No, because I am married. Haven't been a ladies' man in decades. Unfortunately, that's the life I live now. I live the life of a husband, not a single guy. So, unfortunately, I can't solve that mystery for you. I don't have any experience on being single anymore. There we go. Somebody's saying thanks for the 270 likes. Thank you. Thank you all out there for the amazing support that you guys give us.
Probably the greater good. He's always pushing the like button.
He's awesome. He's awesome. He's always supportive of the show, and we appreciate that immensely. And we thank all of you out there, as always, for and please subscribe, hit the like button, all that good stuff. Wonder where the hell they let's see where the market is right now. Where's my crypto market right now? Shiba Inu is still up around. Oh, no, it's down to 16% only up, which is still a lot. 16% is pretty damn good. I would imagine it's going to start going up more and more. Bitcoin is hovering right over 40,000, so not bad, actually, overall. Hanging in there. I was hoping it'd go a little lower, believe it or not. Huh?
You just want everything.
Yes. I want it all. All right, folks. We will see you tomorrow. A little earlier, 8:45. Remember, we come on because we have Inside the Paint, Sloman's Inside the Paint, where Ira and Clay will break everything down. Man, it's going to be so good because now we're going to be talking about the playoffs next week, and it's going to be a lot of fun, man. I am looking forward to all of this now, man. That's going to be really, really fun with the Heat and then the Panthers starting their playoff run. And that'll be so cool because you think about this. And I know I keep rambling. I can go on for hours. And I don't have to stop at one point. But if you have a great playoff run between the Panthers and the Heat, that'll take us right into June. Guess what starts in July? Football season. So think about it. How spoiled we are that, we'll have baseball and we'll have soccer carrying us also through the summer, but our basketball and hockey teams could take us all the way to June. and parades and everything.
Oh, the parade's going to be awesome.
Right?
But also USFL is back this weekend.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Saturday they start.
That's
their
right.
Season.
Right. And we have a Tampa team, right?
There's a Tampa team.
So I'm a rowdy guy.
Yes, you are.
Yes, I am. Well, normally I am, but yes. I'm a Tampa Bay Rowdies guy. Since we don't have a team here, I got to go with the Tampa team. So I'm a Rowdies guy in the USFL. Can you smell what the USFL is cooking? That's what it is. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you all out there. Stay safe. And we'll see you tomorrow at 8:45. Thursday, Hialeah Park. Friday, we'll be at KSDT CPAs. On the day you're supposed to turn in your taxes. Okay. How apropos is that? Anyway, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one.
If you smell what the Canes are cooking.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends.